2. Check. 1, 2. Perfect. Nice. Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tekkit. Hopefully, our power usage. There we go. Power usage is working. Let's reset our power usage. There we go. Oh, pew, pew, pew. Perfect. Okay. Let me know if you can hear me okay. I'm going to, I guess we'll pull on. I just got to make sure that I can actually hear our game music, and then we're good to go. Check, check. Oh boy, it's been a while since we've been live. There we go. Perfection. There we go. Okay. Who's ready to hunt freaking level 5 Ynut? Oh my goodness, I've been looking forward to doing this hunt for literally years. Get our white flutes on. Oh, baby. A Mirage Island hunt was one you've always wanted to do? Yeah, so this has been like a hunt I've been kind of dreaming of doing for years, literally. I'm pretty excited to finally be given a go at it. So the goal is to leave the Mirage Island with a big old set of Ynut. So the biggest things that we want the level 5 Ynut. I'm just gonna double check that we are good over on the YouTube side. Perfect, excellent connection. Set us live over there. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked actually. This overlay looks amazing. Thank you. Yeah, this is one that I've actually kind of had. We've had this one for years. We've just never really got the chance to use it. But with the new method that I developed for reaching the Mirage Island, we finally have like a good, strong way to get there. So about half a year ago, at the beginning of the year, we looked for a specific kind of spinda. And then after finding it, we just had to wait 144 days before it unlocked the Mirage Island for us. And now here we are. We are on the Mirage Island, shiny hunting Wynut. It's been like, you can find a clip from literally like 2019 that explains, or that like talks about me wanting to get the little baby Wynut. But no, I have developed a method for getting to the Mirage Island that makes it way easier. So if you are in chat and you want to get some information on that, I am more than happy to share my guide, but there will be a YouTube video coming soon. I kind of want to get like my first Wynut at least before we do that though. Soon TM. Yeah, so it'll there's a video hopefully dropping either there should be a video dropping this week, but wait for the video. Heck yeah. Yeah, but this is, as I said, a hunt I've been wanting to do for so long. And the cool thing, so one of the cool things that we're doing today is we are running 8 instances of Ruby and Sapphire, but we're actually only using 1 cartridge. This is us using that, the janky Pokemon box setup that was included in one of those other videos. So, like, I just had to set up 1 copy of Sapphire, and then I waited the time until the Spinda that we had caught would trigger the Mirage Island, and then we popped over there. So if we go to our Pokemon inventory, we have an Illuminate, Chimico, or a Chinchu. And then we have our day 144 Spinda. So this is one that we caught that specifically unlocks the Mirage Island for us. Obviously the island stays if you save on it. You're hunting static encounters. Yeah, so I have made it so that the Mirage, so if you save on the Mirage Island, it stays there. The other thing that I did to make it so that we don't need to worry about losing the Mirage Island is I actually just popped the battery out and put it back in. So we waited the number of days until the Mirage Island triggered. So that was day 144 of the save file. And then after hopping over to the island, I popped the battery out and put it back in. So we're hunting effectively on a we're hunting on a live battery, but we don't need to worry about the Mirage Island disappearing. If I need to go like pick up more Pokeballs, or I want to go check the box or something, we're still in a position where we can leave the island and always come back as well. But yeah, I could have set this up on like all 25 of the Wiis plus a GameCube or 2, but I honestly just kind of felt like I wanted to just get this going so that we could hunt it, have some fun today, and realistically, like, this is the sort of hunt where if it takes a long time, I'm totally okay with it. I'm not gonna stress. Pokemon Box. Oh, we love Pokemon Box. Yeah, the cool thing about Pokemon Box is you can boot up a save and then take the disc out. So if you have like 2 Wiis, what you need is like if you have 2 Wiis, a copy of Pokemon Box, and a Game Boy Advance with the GameCube to GBA link cable, you can play like 3 copies. You can play on your Game Boy Advance, you can play on the Wiis, and you can boot up as many instances as you want. The only caveat is you can't save in more than one place. So it's like if we find a shiny here and we choose to save, we then need to kind of like reboot all of the other saves. What we might do today is if we find a shiny, we'll catch it, and then we'll hold on to it. But if we find another shiny that kind of like takes precedent, so say we find like a random level 20 shiny, I'm okay to keep it, but we don't really need it. The target will be a male and female level 5 Wynut, and then a male and female level 5 or level 10. No, so caught locations aren't stored when they move up through the generations. So we'll take this Wynut and it will move it up to like once it moves up to Gen 4, it'll just say that it came from Hoenn. The only thing is, the only way to get Wynut in Generation 3 is either from the Mirage Island, from the egg in Lava Ridge Town, or by breeding Wobbuffet. The 2 variants where they come out of eggs obviously end up with nothing but Pokeballs as the ball they were caught in. So any Wynut caught in a non-Pokeball is guaranteed to have been from the Mirage Island. That's why our level 5 Wynuts and things are actually all going to be going into Master Balls. The only way to get Master Ball Wynut in Gen 3 is from the Mirage Island. Just playing Ruby on the Wii is enough of a novelty. It is pretty cool. If you can't afford a copy of Box, the only thing is I actually don't know how to get Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire to run through custom firmware on the Wii. So I'm using real discs. However, I'm using the European variants of the disc. The European versions of the game are actually in every way better than the North American version. The North American version of Pokemon Box only has support for English games, whereas the European copy has support for every language other than Japanese. They also cost like, I don't know, $100 instead of $2.5 grand. Oh, good to see you, Pocket Monster. Thank you for dropping in. Good to have you here in the stream. You got it in the 2-disc case from Coliseum. Yeah, so one of the copies that I have is just like, I bought a bunch of copies of Pokemon Coliseum that had the disc in it. At one point, I think I owned 9 copies of Pokemon Box, but I've actually sold a couple of copies to friends just because I don't need 9 copies. I only need 1 copy. That's all you need to boot it up on as many systems as you want. I don't know. There was just one night where like I was driving home from Toronto and I pulled over to the side of the road. I was just like browsing eBay. It was kind of like, it can be like an hour to hour and a half drive for me to get home from the city. So sometimes I'll just like take a quick pause, go walk my legs, have a pee and whatever. I don't know. I just ended up buying like 9 copies of Pokemon Box. Yeah, you can use the Japanese games. The only thing is they're like, then you're limited to just playing in Japanese. But I do have some Japanese copies of Box as well. And there will be a video that comes out eventually that uses box. Lemons, good to see ya. Welcome to the Mirage Island. We've been talking about it for, what, 5 years? The little baby Wynut from the Mirage Island, and here we are, on the Mirage Island, hunting the little baby Wynut. So the goal will be to leave the island with a male and female level 5, and then a male and female either level 5 or level 10. That gives me kind of like the evolution line, or the genders of Wynut, and then the genders of level 15 Wobbuffet. The only way to get level 15 Wobbuffet in Generation 3 otherwise is to hatch them from eggs. So the only way to get them in anything other than a regular Pokeball is here on the Mirage Island. But yeah, now that we're doing some hunting, how has everybody been doing? Do we got anything fun and exciting going on? Anybody doing some interesting hunts? My brother and I have been working away at a big project. We've been trying to get ourselves set up with a Pokemon rescue team. It's been a very fun project so far. So we got some custom consoles that will be putting together very soon. I think that you guys are all going to like this one. You're getting yourself set up to do some hunting. Oh, heck yeah. I want to get back. I want to do some more Trade Coliseum. I think I'd like to do a little bit more Trade Coliseum stuff. You got Japanese Shiny Mew from Emerald a few months ago, pretty much just waiting for ZA for more hunts. You're hunting shiny bugs in Viridian Forest. No luck, so you're just looking for worms. Ugh. Worms. Been there, done that. Safari Week is the 20th to the 29th, so you can definitely expect to see us. Pretty much we'll be hunting from the 20th to the 30th, I'd say. Got those static encounters. There's a different one each day of the week. Prepping Safari Week, 4 games at once. What static encounters are you doing? That sounds interesting. Yeah, we will have anywhere from... I guess we'll probably have it set up. I'm going to try to organize shiny hunting on 33 GameCubes and 25 Wiis. I'll have to organize an overlay for it. What we might do is we might do something like shiny hunting on the GameCubes on YouTube and the Wiis on Twitch, and then just kind of like switching back and forth between that. Just because I don't think I'm going to be able to fit, 64 systems on one overlay. I might try, but it might make sense to do like 2 streams. Overkill, but cool. 100% overkill, but cool. It is Thursday. No, it's Mirage Monday. It's Mirage Monday. Yeah. Well, if you ever have any questions about, how to get things set up, feel free to reach out to me. I do answer my DMs on Discord. So if you have questions about setting stuff up, you can either ask in the Professor's Lab Discord, or you can ask through my DMs. I'm always happy to answer questions to help people get themselves organized for playing some Pokemons. Pokemans. Yes. Yeah, the one limitation of box is that you can't soft reset. That is true. At least you can't soft reset with like a single cartridge. You can soft reset if you have multiple cartridges. but then you still need one cartridge per system, so it's really not that effective. Huh. Now what you might be able to do is if you were to do something like how would that work? Yeah, if you were to boot up a game and then like wait a minute, take the battery out and put the battery back in, I think if you waited 1 minute in between and you like took the batteries out and put the batteries back in each time, you would be able to soft reset on box in Ruby and Sapphire using like, because the battery files will all be different. You'd get different times. Yo, Lemons, thank you for the subscription here in the Professor's Lab. Let me go find the oh, there it is. It's just a little bit slow. Lol Lemons is now a 46-month Rex Force member. Thank you, sir. You plan on hunting the patient way at some point today, at least? Yeah, you know what? If anybody is interested in getting themselves to the Mirage Island and you're okay with like being patient, you know, you find a Spinda and you wait, you know, 1 to 300 days or so. Let me know. There's a guide in the Discord, but I can also drop the link here in chat. Yeah, if you want a link to the guide, let me know. That's super cool. Yeah, and what I actually need, what I genuinely need, is I need 1 or 2 people to try that out, because I want to know how easy the guide is to follow along. Like, genuinely, if you are willing to try hunting for a Spinda, I would love to know how easy the guide is to follow. I updated it yesterday, so you don't even need a new save file. If you have 1 cartridge, you can go to Moss Deep. You can see how long it's been since your game started, and you can you can hunt for Spinda from any time, any starting time. So please, if you want to spend 1 or 2 hours unlocking the Mirage Island, give it a go, because I would love, love, love to know how easy everything is to follow along. But the website's pretty cool now. I'll drop the link in chat. Oh, Lemons, that is a cool fucking ID. Let me grab the guide link. I know it's in the newsletter, so pull up the newsletter. Yeah. There, if anybody else would like to, you know, get themselves out to the Mirage Island while we hunt for Wynut, please go ahead and read that guide. When did I remove the crazy tags? I mean, we still have Satanist in there. Weeb friendly and Satanist tags, they're still there. But the Machamp wasn't shiny, I suppose, was it? Was it, Lemons? You can hear the Wynut cries in the overworld. Really? I don't hear any Wynut cries. But I'll keep my ear open for it. Oh, the leatherworking tag. Right. Well, that was just there as a joke, because if we had the leatherworking tag, then we were like the one of the #1 leatherworking streams on Twitch. You need to replace the batteries at some point. You tried to replace your Pokemon Yellow last night. You got too nervous because the solder wasn't releasing the battery and it just reflowed the solder connection. Yeah, it can be like, if the games weren't so gosh darn expensive, it wouldn't be as stressful to replace the batteries. But because of how pricey the games can be, I totally understand not wanting to screw up, you know, your $100 game. Do you think people stream under the mime tag? I feel like that would be an interesting stream. I don't know if I would have the patience to watch somebody streaming as a mime. Maybe we could go under the mime tag if we're ever hunting Mr. Mime, though. That would make some sense. Okay, let's see. What updates do we have since the last time we were live on twitch.tv and youtube.com? I think it's been a while since we've streamed here on YouTube. Probably my birthday was the last time that we were live. I guess a bunch has happened. We went to Milwaukee for the Pokemon Regionals, and I got stranded in Milwaukee because my car, or in Indiana, because my car broke down on my way back to Toronto. I broke my hand, so we're in a lovely cast for the next 3 weeks, hopefully. That's kind of what the doctor is hoping. So I broke my scaphoid. I just got a new cast yesterday, and so that was 4 weeks. The initial x-rays, you could very clearly see where the crack in the bone was. On the x-rays that I got yesterday, you can no longer see the break, which is pretty great, pretty fantastic actually. So I'm 4 weeks in, and it sounds like once I get this cast off in 3 weeks, we should be scot-free actually. Yeah, so the scaphoid, is the most common break. You get it when you fall down and like brace your fall, kind of like this. It's this bone right here in your hand. So that's been a bit inconvenient, I'll say. But we're working our way through it. It really hasn't been too bad. I think that a broken hand is definitely a lot less inconvenient than like a broken leg or anything. And I have plenty of experience with those. At least, well, the new cast is purple. I wanted to just get black, so I got yellow the last time. I got yellow so that I could rep Team Instinct at GoFest. And then this time I was just going to get a black cast, but they were actually all sold out of black, which is crazy. How is a hospital sold out of a specific color of cast? But oh yeah, there we go. Now we're Wynut purple. I like that. That's good. Youch. Double casted legs are no fun. That's not cool. Not cool at all. I'd rate that low. Oh, Lemons, thank you for the boo-boo kisses. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Oops. I just incremented twice. Nobody pay attention to that. Games are expensive. Your childhood copy, you have your childhood copies. You have 2 yellow, 2 crystal, and a red and gold and silver. Only games you're missing in English is Sapphire and Blue. You're just looking for decent priced places in the GTA. My favorite place to go and buy games is GameSwap. So that's a store in Scarborough. I wouldn't say that their prices are like phenomenal, but I do buy things from their store because I like supporting their shop. They have a lot of very cool stuff. I would highly recommend checking out GameSwap. It's on Ellesmere Road, I believe. Yeah, I think it's Ellesmere. Happy Pride Month, yes, to all who celebrate. Happy Pride Month. There's a Scarborough in Canada. So if there is a city in the UK, there's probably the same city in Canada. My hometown, like when I left, I think it's like you leave the airport, London Heathrow, and there's signs that say like my hometown's name. I'm like, oh look guys, we made it home, even though we were there. You'll have to check it out. Yes, I recommend it. If you tell them that Professor Rex sent you, it probably won't do anything, but maybe they'll be nice to me next time. They knew who I am though, so, because the owner was in a couple of my YouTube videos. You can find him. You can go to the 16 GameCubes versus Nintendo Switch and you can see. Oh my goodness, guys. Squad, team, fam, we are on the Mirage Island shiny hunting. Why not? This is so cool. Oh, I'm so happy. And then let's see what else. So recently we also went to GoFest. So we were in New York last weekend, and GoFest was fine. I'll be honest, I think that 95% of yeah, it feels like 95% of the Pokemon that spawn at the events, like, I just don't really care about. Like, I genuinely kind of feel like a lot of the shinies that I got, I will never take a second look at. Let me pull up my game. You know, I got a couple of Zacian and Zamazenta and whatever. I didn't get any, you know, hundos or anything like that. No shundos still. 9 years into the game, 0 shundos. But yeah, let's see. So it feels like I got some Golets, some Small Lives, Wimpods, Spinda, but I didn't get like a shiny of the event exclusive Spinda. I would have probably been pretty excited for that one. Chimico, Meowth, Frigibax, Austin Pikachu. Like, I just feel like most of the Pokemon that I got, I'll probably never look back at and be like, whoa, yeah, remember that time you were in New York getting shinies? I did play in the rain with a broken hand, but for that reason, Kyle and I did a couple of other things. So we went to this little game store that was near our Airbnb. Like, I went out to go get a toothbrush because I forgot all of my toiletries on the bench next to the door. So we got to we got to New York. And I was like, okay, let me go have a shower. Oh, I have 0 toiletries. I don't have toothbrush, toothpaste, shampoo, or anything. So I'm like, I'm going to go for a walk. I'm going to go buy some stuff, you know? And I could have gone to the convenience store that was a 2-minute walk. But instead, I was like, you know what? I'm going to go for a walk. And I just typed in thrift store. So there was a thrift store that was like a 25-minute walk from the Airbnb. So I went there. And I felt vindicated because there was a comment on one of the YouTube videos recently where somebody was saying like, This is why I can't find a Nintendo Wii for a reasonable price. I've been looking for 2 years and I can't find a Nintendo Wii. Blah, blah, blah. You know, they're all like $200. And the first and only thrift store that I walked into, first and only, that I stepped inside of, had a Wii. Now, I think that the Wii was overpriced. The Wii was $70. But there was Wiis. This guy was wrong. This guy was telling me that there was no Wiis. And there were Wiis. So... and then I was walking back from... Oh yeah, I mean, no, it was expensive. I'm not going to say that it wasn't. But it wasn't $200 like this guy was trying to say. Like, oh, I can't find a Wii for less than $200. Sorry for your ears. One moment. There we go. If all the Wiis were $200, how did I find a Wii immediately for $70, right? Anyways. I was walking back... and I missed a Pokestop. Like I didn't spin a Pokestop. It was just out of range. So I tapped it to be like, okay, maybe I'll go back. I'll spin this Pokestop. And it was a used game store. And I was like, yo, I love used game stores / card shops. So they had a bunch of old like Wizards of the Coast era bulk that I flipped through. They had some e-reader cards, which was sick. And then we were looking through all the cards, and the store owner came over, and he was like, hey, you guys like Pokemon fans? I got some cool stuff. So I'm like, yeah, of course I'm a Pokemon fan. I be collecting Pokemon things all the time. I love my Pokemon things. So he had this little box of a bunch of random Pokemon collectible stuff. He had like... He had the VIP card that came with Pokemon Emerald as like the pre-order pack. And I was like, that's pretty cool. I know what that is. It's probably not the sort of thing that I would try to buy. But what he did have was promotional flyers from the Pokemon Center, New York. So he had a promo flyer for the Aurora Deoxys, promo flyer for the release of Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, promo flyer for like some Christmas celebration, and a promo flyer for the Pokemon City Championships at the Pokemon Center, New York. And he had no idea what they were worth. I didn't really know what they were worth. So I was just like, you know what, man? I'll make you an offer. So I spent way too much money. I spent like 120 USD on 4 pieces of paper. But I think that they're like definitely the coolest like souvenirs I brought back from New York / New Jersey. So that was pretty nifty. And they're definitely going to be like, if I do another one of those videos of like 5 rare items in my collection or whatever, those will definitely be in there because I love the Pokemon Center. And I guess in other news, that video did substantially better than I was expecting it would. Let's see where it sits at. How many of you in chat like give a thumbs up or something in chat if you've seen the new Pokemon or the new video on the YouTube? It's at like 14,500 views. I'll be honest, I was fully expecting that to be like a, you know, 4,000 or 5,000 view kind of video. So I'm really glad that people liked it. Casper, how's it going? Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. 1 second. Well, we got some thumbs up. Thank you, everybody. For everybody who has seen it, thank you for the support. Thank you for watching that video. I'm trying to find a balance somewhere between hyper-edited videos and videos that I can actually put out every once in a while. So I'm glad that everybody liked it. Or if you didn't like it, I mean, sorry, I guess. Would you say Gen 3 and Pokemon Rumble are your specialties? Would you hunt much on other games? I would definitely say that our specialties here in the Professor's Lab are probably Gen 3 and Pokemon Rumble. That's definitely true. That being said, it's not like we've never hunted in any other game. I did hunt like the rarest Pokemon in Legends Arceus. I got both the Fossil Shieldon and the Fossil Cranidos from STDs. I'm 100% planning on shiny hunting in Pokemon Legends ZA. So when that game comes out, be prepared, expect to see Professor Rex hardcore shiny hunting. Legends ZA when that comes out. I was also thinking, with how many more Pokemon there are, with the new like Pokemon Switch or the Switch 2 updates, I think for ZA what could be a really fun challenge will be something that I was kind of thinking for Scarlet and Violet, which is maxing out your shinies seen Pokedex without ever actually catching any more Pokemon. So like you play through the game entirely with just your starter, and you have like Pokemon caught 1. Okay, so that's the goal. Like Pokemon caught 1, shinies seen 200. You didn't know there was a new video? You watched the biggest shiny Pokemon ever when you're at the same movie theater. Oh, that's so cool. That is really cool. Yeah, that's that video I think underperformed, but I also think that I didn't title and thumbnail it correctly. I think that the new thumbnail is probably a little bit better. It is what it is. That is still a project that I had wanted to do for so long. I think it would have been really cool to have got to do that on the Switch 2, but we didn't know that the Switch 2 was going to have like as much of a performance improvement as it did. Also, that was like 3 months ago, so what am I going to say? In other news, for those of you who haven't yet actually seen the couple of changes that we've made here in the lab, the numbers over on the right-hand side here that say like lab total and everything, that is an update that I put in that allows us to track the power usage of the Professor's Lab. So we can see when it says stream, that's how much like the stream PC and the lights and the TVs are all using. And then when it goes to Wii's, that's how much power the Wii's are drawing right now. Since we're hunting on the Wii's, we have 8 Wii's running. That's what we're drawing. I think it's pretty nifty. Huh. Okay. OBS had a bit of a kerfuffle there. Hopefully we're okay. And that is 1,000 Wynuts seen. 1/8 of the way. Yeah, sorry about that, everyone. Don't know what happened. Anyways. Yeah, Salmon, I would love to one day get my hands on a North American copy of Pokemon Box. I'm kicking myself for not buying a copy when they were like $400. How'd we get to the Mirage Island? So, I'm happy to share that with you, Dean. I have developed a very easy way to get to the Mirage Island without needing any like third-party software or yeah, like majorly no third-party software is needed for this. Effectively how it works is when you start a save file, your Mirage Island numbers are super predictable, which is that every day after you start your save file, the Mirage Island number will change in a predictable manner. So for me personally, back in like January, we hunted for a Pokemon using my little guide there that would trigger the Mirage Island, and we found a Spinda that triggers the Mirage Island on day 144. So we waited 144 days after starting a new save file, which is this save file we're playing on right now. After 144 days, we were able to bring that Spinda over to the Mirage Island. The reason that I used Spinda specifically is because the top 2 spots on Spinda's ears are determined by the final 2 bytes of its PID. So since we know where the spots are, we can determine what its Pokemon ID is. Since we know how the Mirage Island numbers will change over time, we can know exactly what a Spinda would need to look like in order to trigger the Mirage Island. And yesterday, I actually updated the tool. So the tool allows you to start with any given save file. So even a save file that you don't necessarily know exactly the start date of, you can head over to Moss Deep City, where the scientist will tell you how many rocket launches have happened since you started your save file. That ends up being how many weeks it's been since you started your save. So the new tool is now updated where you like put in how many weeks it's been since you started your save, put in how many days you're willing to wait, and then we can look at a Spinda that we've caught and figure out what it would need to look like. So oh, that's a cute Spinda emote. I need a Spinda emote. I need a Wynut emote. So for example, I guess I'll pull up the our guide here. Let me open this up. Ah. Wait a minute. Did I give you guys a link that works, or does that link not work? It does work. Okay. Let me see. Do I have my display capture? Okay, so what we have is we have a Spinda here, and if we look at it, we can kind of see where its ear patterns are. I've developed a method for figuring out what that, like an easy way to search for that pattern. So the Spinda that we have, its left spot is on its left side. It's a male Spinda, and its top spot is also considered to be on the left side. So I put together this little like image guide and set of rules for determining how we classify a Spinda. So the Spinda that we have there is a left-leaning Spinda for both the left and the right ear. In the little tool that we have, we go to the Spinda search tool. Oh, I didn't update that link yet. 1 second. Mirage. Uh-oh, 1 second. There we go. Okay. Let me go and update that link. Just because I don't want to be giving people a link that doesn't work. Using Spinda to activate Mirage Island. Edit link. There we go. GitHub. There we go. Okay. That should update in about 5 minutes. So, since we started with a save that had 0 days set, we just keep the week since creation as 0. I was willing to wait up to 365 days, but we could even bump that up to like, okay, I don't really care. I can wait 3 years or whatever. So we could put like 1,000 days. And then the Spinda that we have is a male with a left leaning spot on the left, a left leaning spot on the right. We search, and then we would be able to look like, okay, does my Spinda fit in here? Oh, look, there's my Spinda right there. So this Spinda, after we like take a real close look at the spots and where everything is, we're like, okay, confirmed, this Spinda is a male with a left and a left leaning spot. And that's pretty cool. And then say we were willing to wait, or say we opened up our save. This is an old save. It has like, it's been running for 2 years. We're 100 weeks in. We can search and it'll give us a different subset of Spinda here. And then we would just, every time we encounter a Spinda, we classify it, we type in the label. So we would be like female, where the spots are in both spots, or like touching the top and the left. And then we just look through and we're like, okay, does my Spinda trigger anything here? So that's how I unlocked the Mirage Island. It requires a little bit of patience, but it's pretty darn nifty in my opinion. And it's what's cool about it is hopefully if we ever get Generation 3 Virtual Console, we won't need any sort of RNG manipulation or anything like that. You can do this with like live battery and everything as well. So there's no need to mess around with RNG or anything. It's going to be pretty cool. And since you don't need to learn any RNG, if you're willing to be patient to get yourself to the Mirage Island, it's also the sort of thing where it only takes an hour or two to find a Spinda that will trigger the Mirage Island within the next year. And then you just like set a little reminder in your calendar, something to look forward to. Dude, that's super cool, man. I've actually never bothered checking Pokewalker finds or anything, so that's pretty nifty. But yeah, it was super fun. I really liked doing that shiny hunting event in Milwaukee with everybody. I'd say that was the highlight of the trip because everything after that kind of went downhill, where my car broke down and left me stranded in Indiana. And it was, I think overall my car breaking down ended up costing me about 3,500 Canadian dollars between like having to pay for a hotel, rent the trailer to tow my car, the extra gas and everything. Like it was not a particularly inexpensive mishap. So I'm glad that I at least got to have some fun shiny hunting with everybody, and I am very much looking forward to Worlds as well. Super interesting stuff. You only found the channel recently. You'd love to see a really in-depth video of the collection overall. Yeah, I think it's the sort of thing where I'm pretty happy with how the most recent video kind of turned out. I think that an in-depth video of the overall collection would probably end up being multiple hours long. So what I might do is just kind of like keep it in my back pocket as a video that I'd be happy to make more of, just like show off 5 cool items. And eventually we'll get through the collection, unless like how things normally go, I end up collecting things faster than I show them off. Yep. I mean, I figured it out. I'm a problem solver of sorts. It was inconvenient, but we got it figured out, and we'll be okay. That being said, if you have your Prime subs or you want to become a member here on YouTube, I would be super happy to get any support from anybody there. There will be a vlog coming out within the next couple of days. The vlog is our trip out to Los Angeles to shiny hunt during the Pokemon Go Tour Unova. I think it's a really fun vlog. I think you're going to like it. Members will receive exclusive behind-the-scenes footage of the Steven versus Steven debate. I think that's, if you were on the fence about whether or not to become a member of the lab, it could be worth using just a couple dollars to add yourself as a member to this to the channel, because I think that the Steven versus Steven debate is going to be very fun. I believe that anybody who observes it will enjoy it. So Big Brogo, are you planning on doing the retro shiny hunting in Hawaii as well? I have, my brother and I are working on a very cool project that I think anybody who comes to Worlds might be interested in seeing. So back in 2017, the Pokemon Company released a trailer for Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon titled Pokemon Rescue Team. So it was this team of Pokemon researcher sorts that would come, you know, they'd come to your house and they would help you bring your Pokemon from the older generations up to Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. But when the trailer, or sorry, when Dexit was announced, that trailer ended up getting removed from the internet because of how many negative comments it was getting from Pokemon fans. And we're bringing it back. So anybody who's going to Pokemon Worlds this year, if you have old Pokemon games and you'd like help with bringing your Pokemon up to Pokemon Home, we will be able to help you do that. Additionally, we will be bringing just about everything you could ever need to find and catch any Pokemon. So if you have, you know, a Japanese copy of Pokemon Ruby or Sapphire, and you want to get yourself a Celebi from the bonus disc, we'll have that. If you want to unlock Jirachi from the English bonus disc, we'll have that with us. We'll be bringing along the Zigzagoon bonus disc if you want to get some shiny Zigzagoons. And I will also have the Aurora ticket distribution. So if you want to grab the Aurora ticket in Pokemon Fire Red or Leaf Green, I will be able to distribute that wirelessly to you. What did I say? Hawaii. Anaheim. True. Worlds in Anaheim. Yeah, what should I bring with me? To hunt for, I mean. I think for the shiny hunting challenge, maybe I'll bring some like Gen 4 and Gen 5 stuff. I'd really like to hunt for an underleveled like Generation 5 Gyarados in Black and White 2. I recently was doing inventory of my Pokemon games and I realized that I have, let me check, let me pull up my sheet here. Game inventory. So like total copies of Black 2 and White 2, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. What the? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, 11. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 plus a sealed copy. What the heck? What the heck, Rex? Why do you have 13 copies of Pokemon Black and White 2? Yeah, but I wouldn't mind using all those copies to try and shiny hunt for like the underleveled Gyarados. I think that would be pretty sick. Spear, now you wish you could go to Worlds. Well, once we finish this project, Pokemon Rescue, we're gonna have like 2 big Pelican cases with everything you could ever need to catch just about any Pokemon. We will probably bring that with us to a lot of other Pokemon events. Hopefully, like, the video does well and we can garner some interest and people come in to partake in it. So don't worry if you miss it this time, or like when Worlds comes around, there will be regionals and things that will probably also end up bringing it around to as well. Yeah, so I'll have 2 wireless adapters. So if you don't worry too much, the box has 2 wireless adapters. I'll have I'll have the Aurora distribution for Fire Red and Leaf Green. I'll have the Eon ticket. We'll have lots. I might also go ahead and do some like Gen 6 and 7 giveaways. I think that since the Pokeball Vivian hasn't been available in so long, I might distribute the Pokeball Vivian that was available in either Paris or the Hiroshima Pokemon Center. I might just do the Hiroshima Pokemon Center one, because I think that one's really cool. And then for Gen 7, maybe we'll do like Zero Aura or something like that. So there will be plenty of things that you can pick up. I'm sure that we're going to get the Pokeball Vivian as part of ZA, but it is still crazy that it has not been available since, like, you know, 2018. You're out in Europe, so you're probably not going to go to any of those. Well, that being said, okay, here's where we sit. If the Project Pokemon, or the Pokemon Rescue video does well, the next step for me, like finishing my journey of owning everything you could ever need to catch any Pokemon, will include a bunch of European copies of Pokemon games. And I will definitely need to get myself out to Europe in order to collect those. I was thinking of doing a trip through Europe in October. But with Pokemon ZA coming out, I'm definitely going to try to focus more on getting, you know, Pokemon Legends ZA shiny hunting content out instead. The hope will be something like, you know, top 10 rarest shinies in Pokemon Legends ZA. You know, I caught the rarest shiny in ZA. We'll just have to shiny hunt for whatever the rarest Pokemon ends up being. But I will definitely be out in Europe at some point. My brother and I would love to go back and visit Sweden again soon, so I'm sure that there will come a day where you will be able to rescue your Pokemon. Are we running these on the GameCube shelf? So, all of my GameCubes are actually North American or Japanese. I don't own a North American copy of Pokemon Box. If I did, it would be so cool. It would be such a massive, like, improvement to how many Ruby Sapphires we could run easily. But I don't have one. So we are running these off of the Wii shelf. We're using a European copy of Pokemon Box. The cool thing about Pokemon Box is you can use one cartridge and save it or load it up on like multiple systems. So we are using my one cartridge that I unlocked the Mirage Island on by waiting 144 days. And then 8 of the Wiis from the Wii shelf are running these systems. So if you look over on the right hand side there's some numbers that are updating. That is the power draw of the Stream PC and all of the TVs. And then when it switches over to the Wiis, that is the current power draw of the Wiis as well. Since the start of stream about an hour ago, we've used a total of 721 watt hours. So yeah, it's pretty cool. This is like a recent update. We see current power usage and total power usage for the stream as well. I think it's pretty cool. Yeah, so the reason I don't have a North American copy of Box is mostly just the price there. It used to be $400. I wish I had bought it back when it was $400. But as some of you may know, it's now like over 2,000. My dreams of owning Pokemon Box may never be realized. Yeah, GameCube table is currently not turned on. Yeah. So Dean, I have we're running the European copy of Pokemon Box. So I have, I think 3 copies of Colosseum that have Pokemon Box with them, and then I have like a standalone copy of Box. So I believe I have 4 copies of European Pokemon Box left. But that's the next step in doing inventory. Speaking of inventory, if any of you are European and you have extra Generation 4 and 5 Pokemon games sitting around, I do have like a trade list of games that I would love to trade or sell or things. So if you have some, let me know, DM me on Discord or email us, because I need pretty much the full set of Gen 4 and 5, French, German, Italian, Spanish. Yes. I have the full set of Gen 4 and 5, like English, Korean, and Japanese games. I have about half of the French games, but then I still need like all of Spanish, Italian, German. So I'm open to trades. I have lots of extras that I don't necessarily need. You recently got close to the Gen 3 Living Dex completion, but you're naturally missing Celebi, Jirachi, and Mew. You didn't use Game Shark codes to get to the island, and 2 of the Johto starters not wanting to restart for Emerald. Heard Jirachi and Celebi and you got very excited. You're probably also missing Deoxys too, right? Spear? So yeah, we'll be giving away 3 of those. What we might do is we might like flip back and forth depending on the event. We might do like one event could have the Aurora ticket distribution, one could have the Aura Mew being given away. We might like flip-flop back and forth in Gen 3. We'll probably kind of flip-flop between distributions for like what we give away in Gen 3, Gen 6, and Gen 7. You actually got a Deoxys at a TCG Locals. It was from the Dutch movie. That's so cool. What? I wonder if that one's documented. Let's do some research. Does Spear have a cool Pokemon that should be archived and documented? Let's find out. Movie Deoxys. Movie 2007 Deoxys. It's Japanese. Gen 1 to 5. What's the OT of your Deoxys? OT, the original trainer name. I'm curious if that one's been archived. It probably has, but it would be pretty cool if you had like an unarchived one and we could help with archiving a new Pokemon. I love trying to help with archiving old events and stuff. You're listening through your glasses. Do your glasses have a screen? Are you also watching the shiny hunt through glasses, Mew? Or your glasses just have speakers? Okay, the Dole Deoxys. Gotcha. I'm pretty sure that even like the distribution software for Dole Deoxys is dumped. Yeah, okay. So that one's definitely documented. Still crazy cool that you have one. I don't have any Gen 3 event Pokemon that I got myself, just because we didn't buy it. We didn't own like a Pokemon game until like just before Heart Gold and Soul Silver came out. And actually, that's what was I going to say here? Yeah, one of the things that I did while we were in New York, actually, is one of the first in-person event Pokemon that I ever got was, or like not in-person, like in-game event Pokemon that I ever got to go catch was the Victini in Liberty Garden. But what happened was I started the hunt, and then I ended up realizing that it couldn't be shiny. I heard that it couldn't be shiny, so I just kind of left my Victini there to go catch it later. And it ended up sitting around for 14 years in Liberty Garden waiting for somebody to come catch it. So while we were in New York, I went to Liberty Island with my brother, and we went and caught Victini in front of the Statue of Liberty. And I think that will be like an upcoming video. We'll have a little bit of a breakdown of, you know, why Pokemon Black and White are kind of special to me. It was the first new generation first new generation release I got to be part of. So we were Pokemon fans and like owned Pokemon when Heart Gold Soul Silver came out, and that was super cool. But it wasn't like a full new generation. There weren't new Pokemon. And for Black and White, I remember like my friend and I talking about the leaks of the new Pokemon, talking about picking out which starter we were going to use. I saw somebody at the playground playing like a leaked Japanese version of Pokemon Black. One of the earliest YouTube videos on the channel was me playing Pokemon Black and Blue, which was like PETA's knockoff of Pokemon Black and White that criticized them for making animals fight. Like, Black and White is a game that I've played not that much of, honestly. But it still definitely is a unique part of my Pokemon story. So keep your eyes peeled. Eventually we will get that vlog out. I'll talk a little bit about what Gen 5 means to me, our trip to New York, and all that stuff. I think it'll be a fun one. You think that... Okay. Not to flex, but you have Jirachi and Mew and BDSP. Mew Blue, that is crazy. That's insane. Not in your opinion, what would you say is the rarest event / hunt Pokemon you can get in the games? Like, what's the rarest of the rare of all time? Ooh, it's a little cliche, but I would say if we were gonna go like rarest event Pokemon plus hunt of all time, I would probably go with the Wish Chansey from the Pokemon Center New York. The event data for that wasn't preserved, so the only official, like, legitimate Wish Chanseys that exist are ones that people picked up. The only way to like have hunted it would have been to do the hunt like the Manaphy Egg in Gen 4. I would probably say like some of those egg Pokemon from the Gen 3 PCNY machine are probably the rarest. Especially because of like, you know, how few people were probably able to pick them up during the small event windows. Um, you think... Okay, and then Spear says, you think your first event distribution Pokemon was the movie Darkrai with Roar of Time Spatial Rend? Oh, you lost it. I think that if you picked it up legitimately in the past, there's nothing wrong with getting yourself another one through slightly questionable means now. I think one of my favorite event Pokemon is probably like the Roar of Time, Shadow Force, Spatial Rend Arceus. What's interesting about the Deoxys, or not the Darkrai, is that I think that it was banned from online play in Pokemon Battle Revolution for quite some time. Melodic Melanie has asked, how did we set up so many games for the Mirage Island? That's a great question. So we're playing on Pokemon Box, which means I actually only needed to set up a single save file, because Pokemon Box allows me to boot up the same save file on multiple systems. In order to get the Mirage Island set up, I've actually developed an entirely new way to unlock the Mirage Island. So if you wanted to look through that guide that I just put there in chat, that is how we were able to get to the Mirage Island. Effectively, I spent about an hour and a half shiny hunting, or not shiny hunting, an hour and a half hunting for a Spinda that would unlock the Mirage Island for us, and then just had to wait 144 days patiently for it to actually reach the specific day that would trigger the Mirage Island. Once you start a save file in Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, or Emerald, your Mirage Island number progresses in a predictable way. So if you know when your game started, you can actually know exactly what your Mirage Island number is and what it will be in the future. So if you read through that guide I just dropped in chat, you can learn more about how I access the Mirage Island. I updated the guide yesterday and updated the online web tool yesterday to allow you to start from any specific day and go from there. I actually have a video that I'm going to start working on. It's something that I just need to start writing that will I'll be going over like 5 crazy shiny hunts that are no longer possible. Like 5 shiny hunts that we can't do anymore. And I think that we have some pretty cool ones to talk about. And I think that'll be a nifty video. Big Brogogo started with Pokemon Platinum. You think Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver was the first one you were actively excited for upon release? Sun and Moon were the first games you bought with your own money. So I think Pokemon Pearl was actually the first one I bought with my own money, because Kyle and I, so my brother and I had Pokemon Diamond. We had got it used. And then I ended up going over to Toys R Us, and I just saw Pokemon Pearl, and I decided, you know what? I do kind of want to have like my own version of the game, so Kyle and I can catch Pokemon and trade, and all that jazz. The first Pokemon game I bought new was Pokemon Pearl, but it wasn't when the game was new. And retrospectively, I should have bought Platinum. But it is what it is. So cool that someone was able to figure it out. Yeah, so it was kind of like a combined accumulation of knowledge. So there was a Chinese Pokemon researcher that came up with the idea of like, his idea was like you catch one Spinda, figure out what day it would trigger the Mirage Island, and then you like date skip that many days. I wanted to make it so that you could access the Mirage Island without needing to use any external tools or anything, or without needing to RNG. So that's how that's why I went ahead and kind of created the guide for identifying Spinda, and the online tool I think is really cool. My initial idea was I created like this PDF document that allowed you to control F through the document and look for Pokemon. That's how I actually found my Spinda, was using my search document. And then one night I was just like, why did I do it that way? Why did I make a PDF when the obvious, like, correct thing to do would be to create like an online web tool that does it for you? So the web tool makes way more sense. I actually, so let's see, I made the web tool mostly in like one day and then updated it yesterday. But I made the web tool while I was like on this call with this girl I met from a dating app. So like I met this girl on a dating app. She wanted to like call and chat. So I was just like coding away and she was talking. But she went into this huge rant about how much she loves using AI. I was like, oh my god. Ugh. I could not take her seriously. Like, it was so bad. Yeah, honestly, if anybody is interested in unlocking the Mirage Island, please go and give my guide a try. I would love to get feedback on it before I make the final video, because I want to make sure that it's something that's easy to understand and like easy to execute on. So if you have an hour or two right now, read through that guide, go find yourself a Spinda that will unlock the Mirage Island. It would be super cool. You wonder if there's any way to find out what PID triggers on your Emerald that has a dead battery, but was running when the save file was created. The space guy says 99,999 days since launch. Okay. With a dead battery, honestly, you're kind of screwed. The main reason for that is the benefit of my guide and the fact that we get to look at like many days all at once is, instead of looking for a Pokemon that has a 1 in 65,000 chance of triggering the island, we're looking for Pokemon, like 300 Pokemon out of 65,000, which is vastly different. If you're okay to wait a year to unlock the Mirage Island, it's like 1 in 182 Spinda will do it. Yep. Yep, so this guide will work for any live battery, Ruby, Sapphire, or Emerald. If your battery is all screwy, you might just need to try and fix things. That being said, give me one moment. I'm just going to quickly pop myself over to the washroom. Ooh, okay. Back to Mirage. Melodic Melanie, if you have if you have like a copy that you haven't played through yet, that kind of puts you in the ideal position because you can know exactly when your save date is without needing to go and like check the Moss Deep Science Center multiple times. Yeah. No, if like, okay, please, if you're interested, please give my guide a try. As I said, like, I really just want to know if it's easy to follow or if there's like major questions that that should be addressed. Why not? It's really interesting. I love watching the like power usage statistics. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to recenter them. So what we can see here is we can see the lab total power usage is 971 watt hours over the last hour and a half. What's really cool about that is all of those YouTube comments of like, OMG, like, you know, how much electricity is the lab using? It must be so expensive or and whatnot. We know exactly what it is now. For an hour and a half so far, we haven't even managed to get 1 full kilowatt hour. What that means is like the total cost so far to run this stream is less than about 14 cents. So I'd say that's pretty cool and pretty good knowledge to know. This is a bit of a side note question, but you have an Emerald game that you fix the battery on, but events like berries and TVs still don't progress. You know the RTC value, and I've set both to 0, and you cannot get the events to keep going. So the easiest way to fix that, Beds, is to load the save up in PK Hex. And then you can go into the other tab of PK Hex and just hit reset RTC. And what that'll do is it'll just reset like your last used time for the save file to 0 hours. Because the problem that you're having right now is that even though you've fixed your battery's date is before the previous last save time. So like right now your save is probably, you know, January 1st, 2000, or at least that's what it'll change to when you first fix your battery. But you probably saved after like 80 days, right? So nothing will start progressing until the battery catches up. Once it catches up, then things will start progressing. But if you go into PK Hex and you just hit like reset RTC and then restore your save file, what it'll do is that'll just make it so that the game thinks that the last time you loaded up your save, the battery was at 0, and then things will progress normally like that. Get this, you got banned from Twitch and it canceled all of your subs, and you even got baited into the ban. Yo, Isaac, what did you do? What happened? What happened? Also, little side note, the Pokemon Company has pretty strict rules for like its affiliated creator conduct. That includes like, you know, no discussing any sort of emulators or ROMs or save editors or anything like that. My brother and I have just kind of decided that since the Pokemon Company arbitrarily and like without any good reason didn't invite us to Worlds this year, we've just decided that we're not going to worry about it anymore moving forward. So yeah, like no more of this PG Professor Rex stream trying to avoid breaking their rules. We're just gonna have fun making content, and if the Pokemon Company doesn't like it, I guess the Pokemon Company doesn't like it. But I was getting a little frustrated with like seeing lots of other content creators get like presents and gifts and special invites and treatment from the Pokemon Company with like me getting nothing. And I was like, you know what? I'm just not going to worry about it anymore. So moving forward, we're just going to have fun. Someone donated to a stream and they said, free sub if you know this trivia in question. In the movie Benchwarmers, what was on the note handed to the baseball umpire? Hey Siri, in the movie Benchwarmers, what was on the note handed to the baseball umpire? The note says, you're a bad guy. Why would that get you banned? What? How long was your Twitch ban, Isaac? That's kind of funny. Siri got it wrong. This is why you shouldn't trust AI overviews. Ah, okay. It says I'm 12. Oh my god, such an easy bait. Such an easy bait, Isaac. How did you fall for that? Oh my goodness. It was a perma ban? How are you back then? Yeah, there's no way to get level 3 Zapdos in Gen 3. The only way to get level 3 Zapdos is in the wild in Let's Go Pikachu Eevee or in the wild from Pokemon Go. That's so funny. Dude, how did you fall for that? Come on, man. You should have known better. You were supposed to be the chosen one. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, it's better than Jared, Mr. J-Log putting his full phone number in Twitch chat. Oh man. Yo, Isaac, why are you not coming to Pokemon World Championships? You should come to Anaheim with us. We have room in our Airbnb. It's going to be a party. There's 14 of us. You can come. You can have fun. You should do it. You can be part of Professor Tops and I's Pokemon rescue team. But Isaac, do you remember back in the day? Remember back in the day when we were shiny hunting and we found Marowak? You remember Marowak, right? And we were talking about the little baby Wynut. Can you believe that after all these years, we've finally reached the Mirage Island and we're shiny hunting the little baby Wynut in the Mirage Island? Is that not banana bonkers pants? How did we even get here? Wait, Isaac. Ah, yes. That would be perfect. So let me see here. Yo, Lemons, I don't know if you're still here. I'm gonna hop in the Labs VC. Lab VC, there it is. I think that you've rejoined. Okay. Yo, Valkrish, welcome on into the stream. How you doing today? Good to see ya. Very tempting. Dude, come on. You should see what Kyle and I are organizing. It's kind of cool. It's kind of pretty nifty. Let me just dump a few photos into the lab so I can pull up the pictures usually on stream here. These are pictures of me getting into the Mirage Island, but I don't need those. Yeah, I put in some pictures. I'm just gonna let those upload, and then we can talk about some of the project Kyle and I are working on. It's all gonna be really cool. Gonna be really nifty. Okay. General chat. Okay. What are some things that we've organized for the Pokemon rescue team so far? Why don't we talk about it? One of the cool things that I found was, I think it must have been part of the Terra leak. They leaked the mystery gift software for Gen 6 and 7. So I think we'll be doing some giveaways of like event exclusive Pokemon like the Pokeball Vivian. I think that'll be kind of nifty. But other things that we're working on, we got custom Game Boy Advance SPs with the Pokemon Rescue logo put onto them. So we got like custom glass screen protectors for them. We're doing this like orange/white theme for all of our systems. So we got orange and white 3DS, orange and white GBA, GBA SP. We got an orange shell for our DS, an orange shell for our 3DS, our Switch. We're printing out, we're like printing out holders for all the games. So this is the entire language set of Gen 3, all like 3D printed into this holder. I've 3D printed holders for the entire set of Gen 4 and 5 language sets. So we're gonna work on that. But like, this is pretty cool. Come on, look at that. So these are like CD jewel cases, and then we 3D printed the holders, and then I printed the backgrounds, and the backgrounds show like, so we have Japanese, French, Spanish, Italian, German, Korean. So we're gonna work on finishing out our Gen 4 and 5 language sets. What else we got? So we're gonna do like a white and orange themed e-reader for giving away the Eon ticket. That's gonna be pretty freaking nifty. Yeah. Our project is going to be pretty darn cool once it's finished, I think. Yeah, so we're gonna have like a full set of like white and orange consoles and accessories. We're doing a white wave bird. Shit's gonna be sick. Zaka Beast says, Rex, your Bill Nye intro is so good. Dude, can we get a... I don't even know. Is it possible? Is it possible to do shoutouts on YouTube? I have no idea how. If you're not subscribed to Zach over on YouTube and you're in the YouTube chat, go and give him a subscription. Literally one of the most knowledgeable Pokemon RNGers in the world. Finally, we're getting some like YouTube RNG content from somebody I actually want to support, so that's pretty sick. Yeah, go give Zach a subscription. You'll definitely not regret it. Unlike some other Pokemon RNG YouTubers, Zach actually does his own research and makes his own tools. So check it out. And Alexandra, thank you so much for supporting the YouTube channel. I do appreciate it. And I'm glad that you are enjoying the content. Jeff has been messing with custom mystery gifts. It's been super fun. Yeah, I might look at some custom mystery gifts in the future. I think it would be cool to do like a Pokemon rescue themed mystery gift. Like super illegal Pokemon, but just having fun with them. For those of you who have not been in the stream too often, I'm just noticing now that we have some Dittos in the bottom here. We use stream avatars here. Every viewer gets a cute little avatar that walks along the bottom of the screen. If you do !SA, that brings up the stream avatars menu. If you don't want to look through the menu to pick out a Pokemon, you can do !avatar, then a little space, and whatever Pokemon you want to switch yourself over to that isn't a legendary. Right now, things are a little bit broken. We don't have any way to unlock new legendaries, but there will be a way to unlock legendaries again in the future. Huh. The YouTube command doesn't work. The more you know. I guess I've never tried the YouTube one. If you were... huh. Oh wait, there it is. There it is. It was just slow. Okay. Just a little bit slow. We're all good. Yeah, I'd love to see you guys switching over. We got Melanie, who just switched themselves over to Milotic. That's awesome. Bot was a little bit tired for some reason. It's true. But yeah, we don't want Dittos. We want cool Pokemon. If you watch the stream, you'll be able to save up what we call PP. They stand for pointless points. With those, you can buy custom skins. If you subscribe or become a member, you unlock all of the shiny variants of the Pokemon, but most Generation 1, 2, and 3 Pokemon have at least some sort of skin that you can buy, which would be a shiny, where maybe the shiny was wrong in Pokemon Battle Revolution, or Coliseum, or Stadium, or something like that. We do like Mudkip. We love Mudkip. Yeah, if you save up lots of PP, you can see I'm currently running the beta colors for Garchomp down here. We love beta Garchomp colors. Let's see what else. We have Fire Festival repping, what is that, Pokemon Stadium Kingdra? I think it's Stadium Kingdra because it has the green eyes. Yeah, we need more cool color representation down in the avatar space. But I do immediately see less Dittos, which is good. Zach, since you're here, have you seen my my recent like updated kind of guide and tool for accessing the Mirage Island? I would love it if you had the chance to take a look through it. I put together a web tool and everything for it. Definitely give it a read, give me some feedback, because I'm pretty happy with how it all came out. Finally, a way to unlock the Mirage Island without needing any RNG or anything like that. Yes, we got some Bulbasaur avatars. Ben with the flying, or the fan Rotom. Heck yeah. Yeah, Zach, I've been enjoying the recent RNG guides and everything. And I think that you're trying to make like custom web tools that make it a little bit more accessible is awesome. I am very much looking forward to seeing what else you put together. And I think that like as what seems to be, have you moved up? Are you like head moderator of Pokemon RNG now? The Discord, I can see things moving around. I don't know. I'm excited for it. I think there's big things coming in the RNG space with you at the helm. Okay. Well, we're flying through stuff. I mean, even with just 8 games, as he says, as if just 8 games is anything to scoff at, we have managed to pick up a decent, like, 2,300 encounters so far today. I don't know what the encounter table actually looks like for the Mirage Island. I think that level 5 Wynut is a 5%. So we will have quite a few phases ahead of us before we actually manage to get all of the Wynuts that we need, but I'm still looking forward to it. I think every time we find some, yo, Super Pokemon, thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the lab. My name is Professor Rex. Yo, Alexandra, thank you for the follow. Or the sub over on YouTube. Oh, Prime sub. Prime sub on Twitch. Sorry about that. Hitting us up with that Prime. Is that Zach's a Beast? Used his new Egg RNG guide to hunt some Battle Frontier Pokemon these past few days. The new match call find is a massive help for the first part. Look at that, Zach. We got people over in the Twitch chat that have already used your guides to hunt for Pokemon. Yes, yeah, web tools that work on mobile are huge. Like, I think, like an app of Flow Timer would be sick. An app version of Flow Timer would be awesome. You've been Discord owner since it started, but were absent for a few years. You're not head mod, but you've become active again. I just like to see it. I wish we had got a picture together when we, like, you... The French guy. Oh my god, what the heck? Am I crazy? Like, what? Is that Z? Is it also a Z? Favorite French RNGer. Oh my goodness. Vlad. There we go. I got there. Oh my goodness. Oh. Yeah, like when Vlad and I together. I can't believe we didn't get a picture together. That was so silly. Philip, hello. You guys are doing an IRL this weekend? What the heck? I want to be part of that. That's so messed up. Wait, Philip. Philip. We have Mystic Timer as the web Eon Timer. Oh, okay. I didn't know that there was a web version of Eon Timer. That's awesome. That is so much better than trying to use the exe file. We did get a picture. I think me and you got a picture, but I don't think we got like me, you, and Vlad. I think it was just me and you. Like, I don't have a picture that proves that Vlad was there. I think I just got a picture with you to send to Gridolin. Alexandra says they forgot to mention that they loved the sincerity of the 10K subscriber special. You watched it last week. Have the best time in Anaheim. You went to your first event in February in the form of the London EUIC, and it was a blast. Yeah, the first IRL Pokemon event that we went to definitely changed the trajectory of our lives. And I definitely hope to have like a lot of fun in Anaheim for Worlds. My brother and I have been working on a big project that I think that will guarantee that we have a lot of fun though. But thank you so much for watching the YouTube. Thank you for supporting it. I'm really glad that that 10K subscriber special exists as something that people can go back to try and learn a little bit more about me. I feel like there's so many YouTubers out there where it's like you can watch their content, you can love their content, but you probably don't know anything about them. So my hope in making that video was that like if you watched it, you'd be able to learn a little bit. Oliver MKP is there. Yo, OBS, you good? You good, bro? Wild. Okay. Okay. Yo, can you ask Oliver if he caught Dragonair? I kind of want to know. I kind of want to know before Safari Week, you know? Because I'm probably just gonna, you know what? It probably won't come up. I'm probably just gonna keep hunting for my 1% Chansey. But I mean, Kyle might end up getting his Tauros, right? And then what's he gonna do? Once we have Tauros and Kangaskhan, what's left? It's just getting the 1% Dragonair, right? Check Discord. Oh boy, Swedes and professors. Oh, this is just a picture of the IRL. Oh wait, look, I'm on the TV. Hi Nils. Hi Ollie. Hi Arizagon. Hello, Mr. Wieners. Yo, chat, check this out. Look at that. We got Triggery, Arizagon, Trainer Nils, Oliver MKP, and Wieners, and Professor Rex, all in one picture. Kind of cool. Valkyrie, you're gonna get it. Don't worry about it. You'll get the shiny. Yo, Ben, welcome back. What happened to stream avatars? Where did all the avatars go? Huh. Anyways. Ah, there's everybody else. Perfection. Okay. I mean, hey, if I can get 2,400 encounters in one day, I'm sure you can do the same. I think that, Spear, what's fair to say is probably that, like, by making things more accessible, it's not necessarily, like, new findings, but making things more accessible is huge. Kind of like, so the video I did on the different shiny rates for Unknown in Generation 3 was by no means like a new discovery that I made. It was actually something discovered by a French shiny hunter long ago. But by trying to put things into a video, I was making it more accessible, because originally the only research available on it was in French, and it was like tucked away on a French shiny hunting forum, right? So even if things aren't new, I think accessibility is huge, and like making it easier to understand is huge. There's a lot of value in that. Now that being said, not to brag, but Professor Rex has done some research in his day. Joel, thanks for dropping by the stream. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. We are currently looking for slightly differently colored Wynut. And the hope is that we find a slightly differently colored Wynut. Yeah, we're hunting in the Mirage Island. It is Mirage Monday. Definitely Mirage Monday. Don't question it. You're hunting for slightly differently colored Wobbuffet. Oh, are you guys like pre-gaming Safari Week, Triggs? Are you doing Wobbuffet in the Safari Zone? Or are you doing Wobbuffet? I think the other there's one other location it spawns in Ruby Sapphire, I think, and then also it spawns in Cerulean in Fireleaf Green. But we've been talking about unlocking the Mirage Island and shiny hunting in the Mirage Island since 2020. Been waiting 5 years to finally get my shiny little baby Wynut. Little baby Wynut from the Mirage Island. You're in the Safari? Okay, heck yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just so happy to finally be here. Got a normal female Fennekin. Female starters. One of the next videos is going to talk about female starters in a really interesting way. Safari Week this year runs from the 20th to the 29th. You'll probably see the lab here hunting from the 20th to the 30th. and we are excited for it. We're going to be looking for that, you know, shiny 1% Chansey. And we're going to be looking for the shiny Kangaskhan, shiny Tauros. I don't know what we're going to do in Fire or in Ruby Sapphire yet. It feels like we obviously have to hunt in Ruby Sapphire, but I have no idea what I actually want to try to go for. Maybe just get everything. Just get a shiny of all of them. Felipe! Hey, yo, welcome on in. Great to have you here. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with like last year's Safari Week recap, so we will definitely be getting a Safari Week recap for Safari Week 2025. We'll do more systems than ever before. You know, we got it set up. We have 25 Wiis, 33 GameCubes. Screw it, we're gonna go crazy. Did I get to the Mirage Island legitimately on all of them? So this is actually all one save. We're booting everything off of one cartridge because Pokemon Box allows you to boot the same save on multiple systems. Hey, look at that. Two Wynuts. Level 5. Yeah, but I did get myself to the Mirage Island legitimately. If you're interested, I have a guide. I'll drop the link here into chat. So if you're interested in how I got to the Mirage Island, I have put together a guide for how to do this. What does the energy bill look like? Darker, this is a great question. So we actually have a plan for exactly how we're going to do that. Japanese game says 99999 launches. Okay, so here's the position you're in though. Since you haven't started your English Sapphire yet, Melanie, you can go off of like starting from 0 launches, because you can go to the Mirage Island on that Sapphire, and you just start your save and then count the days from there. So if you want to put your number into the tool, you can just like leave it blank. It defaults to 0, and you'll just start hunting from 0 days. But yeah, Darker, that's a great question. What does the energy bill look like? So one of the #1 questions that we got on our 25 Wii shiny hunting Mirage or Azelf, Uxie, and Mesprit video was like, oh my goodness, what does your energy bill look like? We have implemented a series of what are called Rarity power delivery units. So I have put together a Python script that SSH connects into their web server and then pulls the power usage information from each of the 4 PDUs that we've installed in the lab. What you can see right now over on the right hand side there is how much energy each different portion of the lab is using. So right now, the 8 Wiis that we're running are drawing 2.3 amps, 173 watts. Excuse me. And then the stream PC and the monitors are pulling 4.8 watts, 4.8 amps, 490 watts. And then if it flips over to total, it'll show how many amps the whole system is drawing, how many watts we're using right now, which is 665 watts, and how many watt hours we have used since we started the stream 2 hours ago, which is just shy of 1400 watt hours, or 1.4 kilowatt hours. The cost of a kilowatt hour where we live averages out to about 11 Canadian cents. So in that case, we are looking at the total stream cost so far at about 20 cents in electricity. Yeah, so Melanie, what you'll do is you'll just end up having to trade the Spinda that you find to your fresh copy of Pokemon Sapphire. Does that make sense? Because that Spinda, you can trade it to a different save file, and like if you start your Sapphire now, you'll know exactly what day you start on. Today would be day 0, and you just wait the number of days until the Spinda that you find would trigger the Mirage Island. And you'll just trade it in from the Japanese copy over to that. I don't know. I think if your guy from Moss Deep is saying that you've done 9,999 launches, I don't know how to fix that. I guess I'll need to look into it. You saw a TikTok recently where somebody did a survey of Pokemon's people's favorite Pokemon. First, data revealed that there were 21 Pokemon that no one chose. Somebody in the comments was super surprised that someone picked Relicanth. So long story short, you came out of hunting retirement to shiny hunt Relicanth. Super cool. Are you doing like a fishing Relicanth in a newer game, or are you doing the dive Relicanth in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire? Relicanth is a great fish. Let me just go in here. I'm just gonna... Let me just change the settings here. There we go. I don't want shatters despawning. So it's not possible to use the trick to get it on 999. I've never reset your Japanese games and you got them. I don't know. If you have a way to back up your save file and you send it to me, I could probably do some digging into seeing what's causing that. But since I don't have any save files that have that specific error, don't know. But yeah, if either of you that have like the 999 weirdness at the Pokemon at the Moss Deep Space Center can back up your save and send it to me, I will look into it. $9.99 is just what you get from having a dead battery. Well, with a dead battery, the guide really won't do anything. Is that what it is? You guys just both have dead batteries? Battery died at some point. I don't know. I think so. Yesterday I went ahead and I like popped my battery out and popped it back in so I'd be able to keep the Mirage Island. And I think what that did was it did a weird thing where it kind of reset. It reset my count to 0. Let me see here. This guy just says that the launch is imminent. Yeah. So I popped my battery out and popped my battery back in yesterday to like reset my clock, and now it just says that the launch is imminent. Yeah, if your battery is dead, obviously, like, that spin to guide won't work because we're expecting the days to progress. You do need a live battery. With the 999, oh, so you're saying like you've seen it with like the 9,999 space launches or whatever? Yeah, I mean, if you can send it to me, I would just be interested to see like what is causing them to give that message, just so that I can like put a disclaimer in the guide for that specific sort of situation. It could be what happens, yeah, if you have like a cart that had a live battery that then died. I don't know. I'll mess around with it. Did 1 or 2 fishing hunts previously, which made you realize you don't really want to do them anymore, and your Gen 3 games aren't set up, so you're just hunting for Relicanth in the Isle of Armor, I guess. That's pretty cool. That'll be fun. Relicanth is a good shiny. Relicanth is a cool Pokemon. Ayo, Galactic, thank you for dropping into chat. How you doing? Good to see ya. We got just for you, we got a members video coming out very soon. There's 2 in the pipeline. There's an 8-hour behind the scenes director's commentary of the Azelf video. We'll get that one soon. But then we also have a vlog coming out this week, which was our trip to LA, and along with that we have a members only behind the scenes video of the Steven debate. Won't make any sense now. It might make sense once you've watched the vlog, and it'll only probably make complete sense once you actually watch the members video. But thank you for supporting the lab. I really, really do appreciate it. This last month and a bit has been very expensive. Can you back up a GBA save with a DS Lite and an R4? Yeah. Let me get you the link for what you need in order to do that. I should have it saved. Bookmarks. Okay, we're having a little bit of weirdness. Hello? I don't have my... The heck? Okay. Yeah. That's what we want. There it is. Okay. I got there. Boop. That's what you need in order to back up your saves with an R4 and a DS. Watch the whole journey of the Rumble Shiny setup. Great video. Well, thank you. I am very proud of that video. I think that is what peak YouTube looks like. Not to toot my own horn, but I think that like that is what YouTube should be like, you know? Just some guys telling some stories and trying to share a story that like has some sort of value to someone. I hope that there's stuff that can be taken away from that video. You thought of using your backup save you made with an R4, and it actually gives 1306 weeks, which makes sense for it because that's roughly 25 years as it tracks your PC's date and time to back back to the battery of a new save. Yes, yeah. So if you boot up the save on an emulator, you will definitely end up with your save skipping way far ahead because it'll come to like 2025. Oh, thank you, Galactic. I appreciate it. No way. They got what the shiny in chat? Du musst ganz da polieren. I don't know what this means. Du musst ganz dolle pulen. You must gain more pulse. Must. How you doing, Justin? We're on the Mirage Island, buddy. Look at this. Isn't this so cool? I said I need to pee. I actually just went pee kind of recently. But look, I like 100% legitimately made it to the Mirage Island using like my own research and tools. Super cool. Am I familiar with the Game Guild? I think that it rings a bell, though if you asked me what they do, I wouldn't know, but I'm going to search it and I'll probably recognize it. The Game Guild. I think I follow them on Twitter. They do some shiny hunting. How was your stream today, Justin? I saw that you were out there looking for Tauros. I know that your last Tauros seems to have fled from you. Are you going to be hard grinding Tauros during Safari Week? It's a Snorlax struggled to death. That's brutal. Bellcrush, do it. More art, more art. It was just a short, fun stream today. No shinies, I guess. Always hard grinding Tauros. We will have to hop on a call during Safari Week and do some hard Tauros grinding. You struggle, or you grind Tauros. I'm gonna grind my 1% level 23 Chansey. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm actually so excited to just be like a bajillion system shiny hunting. It's gonna be fun. I don't know. How many did we get? I think we found 40 last year. We have a few more systems this time around. I think that, like, there's nothing that would stop us from doing 60 shinies. Oof. That's going to be sick. Struggle deaths suck. We almost had our first shiny Deoxys struggle to death. That would have been pretty brutal. It had, like, we caught it with one remaining PP, so it was like it had one turn before it started to struggle. We did have a Master Ball though, so we would have got it. Leah, hi Leah. Congratulations on the engagement, Leah. I am so excited for both of you. I will gladly come. I know that the wedding is a little small thing. I will gladly come and visit you guys sometime soon, though. I want to get myself back over to Europe at some point. I gotta come over and buy Pokemon games, though. Maybe if I'm super lucky. Maybe if I'm super lucky, we'll have a good, strong Pokemon Legends ZA video that can put some money back in the bank. And we can use it on some traveling. Billin, thank you. Glad to see you're here. I was really happy to see your comment on the recent video. Can't wait until your daughter's old enough to dive into the monster of the OG Pokemon games. Oh, that'll be crazy. I have been trying to organize getting my cousin's son and daughter to come visit. But things have just been kind of busy, and now my hand is broken. I just don't know if I can keep up with kids. But yeah, they're like super excited to come visit at some point. One of them's like a major Pokemon fan, so I have a bunch of extra Pokemon books to give them. They're gonna come and play some Pokemon games here. That'll be really fun. You have a playlist called the Shiny Hunting Hall of Fame. Name is quite self-explanatory. You have Arcanine's Frozen Giratina. Some guy with the Shiny Deoxys with the back-to-back Spearow when showing it off. The There It Is guy with his blue Ponyta. Dude, can you share that playlist with me? I'd love to see it. I think that's probably Candy Eevee resetting over the Shiny Torchic could go in there. That one's kind of iconic. I can send you the reaction of Professor Tops getting his first shiny Groudon. Or the shiny Groudon costume. We need a video for it someday, but we have the reaction. It's on YouTube. No way. You should add What the Shiny Failing. Oh. What the Shiny Failing Zapdos is a classic. What about the Professor Rex video where he gets shiny Azelf? Do I see Green Forest Gaming? Oh, Buttstrat? Exclamation point BTDU? Oh wait, exclamation point Butt Scyther. There, that's what it is. Exclamation point Butt Scyther. Who hasn't seen this clip? 1 second, let me pull this up. Little bit of backstory on this one. Okay. I just found Shiny Scyther. This was Safari Week 2021. We were super excited, so I ran upstairs to go grab Professor Tops. And then when I came downstairs, so it was like late at night, we came downstairs after grabbing him. And then this is what happens.
I don't know if I'm really getting encounters like that much faster without Repulsor.
Here, I just like come stand behind the couch and go.
Oh my gosh, Kyle!
What?
Oh my gosh! What the hell is wrong with you?
Why was this plugged in?
So, if you don't really understand what that was, there's the bait strat. The bait strat is the optimal way to catch some of the rarer Pokemon in the Safari Zone. We were 100% planning on organizing, throwing some bait at that Scyther, but when Professor Tops sat down, he sat on one of the controllers, and then pressed the A button to throw a Pokeball at it. Oh, it's a classic. It's a classic. Yeah, sure. My DMs are always open, or you can just throw it in the general chat in Discord if you want. I do have the Discord link in the description for the live stream. Why was it plugged in? Yeah, like why did you just bare ass sit on a controller, dude? I want to do the type null shiny hunt. That's a really cool hunt. Fast, are you doing the one where it's like I think if your party is, or if your boxes are full, you can skip the cutscene the first time. Or have you done that one? Where it's like the first time you go to do it, if your boxes are full, you get the cutscene, but you don't get to encounter it. And then the next time you go back to pick it up, if you have space in your boxes, it's like way faster because there's no cutscene. Yeah, okay, you already did that one. Still just slow then. You'll get there. True, you can use bank to help fill it up. It's true. You got Art Palace. We got some art in the Art Palace. Let's pull up the Art Palace, shall we? What do we have in the Art Palace? Ooh. That is really well done. I'd love to see what that would look like when like you get some color in there or something if you were gonna do that. Very nice, very cool. But don't know if I responded. Your Wi-Fi wasn't cooperating. Got your first double shiny last week. What? What? No way. That's crazy. I still haven't got a double shiny. Professor Tops has got both of our double shinies so far. The shiny Doduo and the shiny double eggs. Remember the bait strategy video was the first time you heard about the channel when Lyra brought it up in a video. Oh, that's cool. I guess I'm sure I knew that Lyra had brought it up in a video, but I think I forgot. Yeah, Top's got Doduo and eggs. I've literally never got a double shiny, even though I've spent way more time using the setup than Tops has. That's super cool, Valkrish. I have some ideas for thumbnails I'll probably need to commission artists for, so you know, fill up that art channel with art, and maybe there'll be some commissioned work coming your way, because I think the artist that has usually done my stuff in the past has been very busy. Yeah, I don't think that your like 6 shinies at once counts, Mr. I don't understand how shiny frames work. Come on. Come on, Justin. We both know that's nonsense. Ooh. Spiritomb painting? That sounds so cool. Dude. Shaman just bought a sick Skitty skin. Is that like Pokemon Coliseum? Shiny Skitty? Shaman, that's awesome. That's a good skin. Yo, Justin, on YouTube, you haven't set an avatar for yourself. You're just a Ditto. Exclamation point avatar Charmander. You gotta do it. How did you hunt for the island? That is a great question. I don't know why your avatar didn't change. Let me just change this myself. Can't have Justin walking around as anything other than a Charmander. That would be ridiculous. Avatar. Charmander. And we will change you to shiny. Here we go. That's better. It would be ridiculous to let Justin walk around as anything other than shiny Charmander, so. Yeah. Let me drop the link to the guide in here. It's not the guide. So, to answer your question there, Lime, there is a guide on YouTube, or a video on YouTube called Shiny Hunting's Dumbest Setup. The thumbnail says, like, this is janky. In that video, I explain kind of how I generally multi-hunt Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. So right now, we actually only have one save file that was set up to Shiny Hunt on the Mirage Island. And it is set up across multiple Wiis because Pokemon Box can load the same save file on multiple systems. And then the guide that I've put in is how you can legitimately access the Mirage Island without needing any RNG or anything like that. Yeah, please, if anybody is interested in unlocking the Mirage Island, check out that guide, give it a try for yourself, because I really do want some feedback. In case I need to make any changes, I really want to put this out to the public so that everybody can like go and look for Wynut and get their lychee berries a little bit easier. But I'd love people to try it out. What the heck? What the heck? What the shiny? Was €6? A €6 super chat that says nothing. Thank you. Can I pin this? I can put the user in a timeout. I don't know how to pin a message. Thank you, Justin. Thank you for the support. This is like $200 in Canadian money. I don't even know how much it is. €5? Probably like $11, $12. Thank you. I'll hold on to it when I come to Germany. First round of Glühwein is on me. Question of curiosity, is there any downsides to using a Wii over a GameCube for any GameCube related things? Similar to using a Nintendo DS, playing Game Boy games since you can't trade. Is there anything like that for the Wii? I guess like the only main thing is the Wii can't run the Pokemon or the Game Boy Player. Other than the Game Boy Player, I think that there's really no major benefits to running GameCubes over GameCubes over Wiis. The Wii has the same hardware as the GameCube. It runs things natively. I know for a fact that e-readers work with the Wii because I did all of my e-reader scanning for Pokemon Colosseum on the Wii. 100% the Wii is the way to go. I'm gonna make a vid on this. 100% there's gonna be a video on this. If you go ahead, if anybody goes ahead and tries this out for themselves and includes some feedback, it'll be in a video, okay? I need people to try out my guide. I need people to go unlock the Mirage Island. You want to be in a Professor Rex YouTube video? Try the guide. DM me your feedback or whatever. Show me that you got a Spinda. We'll go from there. 12-hour stream. You're gonna rip a whole display box of packs. Oh shoot. Okay. When is your 12-hour stream, Justin? Can I schedule myself to be part of this 12-hour stream? What day is it? Let me put it in my calendar. Don't have a date yet. Okay, you'll just need to message me when it is. We will probably have some 12-hour streams during Safari Week. Kyle and I are expecting to, like, mega grind. Yeah, Spear, honestly, unless you're planning to run Game Boy players, the Wii is better in every way. So much easier to modify a Wii. There's way more custom firmware and software available for it. It's okay, Billin. Even if you miss Safari Week, we'll have the Safari Week wrap-up video at the end. So you won't have to feel like you're missing out too much. I'll make sure that everything that happens is documented. And I'm gonna be really interested to see like how much electricity we use throughout all of Safari Week. We'll like keep track of the total usage throughout Safari Week, and it'll be very fun. Need to decide what to hunt for Safari Week. You really didn't do the last couple of years, but you know you'll have more time this year. I think that honestly, Heart Gold, Soul Silver has the coolest targets for Safari Week. There's so many unique things to hunt. Like, dude, shiny Spinda? Shiny Spinda in the Safari Zone? Come on. When motherfuckers be talking about the rarest shinies, shiny Spinda in a Safari Ball from Gen 4? Come on, son. Come on, son. And that's the only way to get it, too, actually. Because Spinda hasn't been in any... wasn't in Sword and Shield. Wasn't in Scarlet Violet. I think, right? I don't know. I know that you can't catch Spinda in either of those games. I don't know if it can't be moved into the games, though. You're going to take a week off of work for Safari Week and add your 32 fleet. But you're just going to watch from the sidelines. Villain, it's unfortunate, but luckily, Safari Week is a concept. It's nothing more than a concept. If you want to do Safari Week early, if you want to do Safari Week late, literally nobody can stop you. Spinda is in BDSP, but you can't move Spinda in and out of BDSP. So I was just thinking for like the purposes of Safari Ball Spinda, it might only be available in Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Spear says they're an ancient Wii homebrewer. Might have noticed from Mario Kart Wii in your name. I didn't actually know that's what that was standing for. I definitely wouldn't have figured it out. I was like, actually, I read it and I was like Milwaukee or something. I don't know. You just want to be able to play Coliseum and get the Johto starters and beasts with better IVs than the bugged Fire Leaf Green ones. Yep, that makes sense. Dude, the starters from from XD are so freaking sick. They're so sick. Elemental Hyper Beam starters are so cool. Villain, I get it. I get it because what was it? Is it Route 3 that has Nidoran on it? Nidoran and Jigglypuff? I failed my first Nidoran female. And I was like, you know what? It's not that bad because we'll probably find we'll probably find another Nidoran female before we find Jigglypuff. So like, I'm not going to worry about it, right? I then found 8 shiny Jigglypuff before reclaiming my Nidoran female. I even managed to find the 1% Nidoran male before reclaiming my Nidoran female. It was devastating. But we do need to get back on that hunt. I want to get back to grinding the Fireleaf Green Professor Rex's shiny Pokedex because we are on 1% Grimer. And the plan had been to try and finish the Grimer before Safari Week, and then we just didn't manage it. Kind of cringe. Kind of cringe. Well, Justin, thank you for dropping by. I appreciate your support of the lab. Thank you for the super chat, and we will definitely join you for some streams in the near future. I'm just going to continue working on getting everything set up, you know? For those of you who are just joining us, who might not have been privy to previous conversations, we got a lot of projects on the go. The lab is definitely in a good spot these days. We're finally moving up in the world, I think. I have plenty of good videos we're gonna finish up. We got Safari Week coming up. I think that there's nothing stopping us from hitting the big 5,000 over on Twitch. If you haven't already followed on Twitch, be sure to do so. Let's see if you got a Twitch account and you're watching on YouTube. Let's get some people over there. https://twitch.tv/Professors Lab. And if for some reason you're hanging out over on Twitch and you haven't subscribed to the YouTube, be sure you do that. You got like 10 shiny Jigglypuff before you finish Route 3. 67 total phases. Dude. Oh, okay, but you were trying to get multiple shinies. I only needed like one of each. I wasn't trying to get like 2 males or 2 females or anything like that. Yo, Lime, thank you for this the follow over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Oh, I love to see it down here. We got so many Pokemon wandering around on the bottom of the screen. Every viewer gets a Pokemon, and we are full of Pokemon down there. If you haven't changed your avatar, you start out as a Ditto by default. ! Avatar, and then the Pokemon you want to switch yourself over to will switch you up from being a basic bitch Ditto to something a little bit cooler. It's the Professor Rex's challenge. So the way that I'm doing the rule set is we need to catch, yeah, Lime, you were already Cubone, actually. Yeah, you're already Cubone. It worked the first time. So the way that I'm doing it is like you need to catch each Pokemon as it becomes available in the wild. So instead of catching like 2 Caterpie, or instead of catching like 3 shiny Caterpie, our specific goal was like shiny Caterpie and shiny Metapod. So we're not evolving for the dex, we're just like catching wild Pokemon for the dex. I think that I like doing it that way because it does bring some like really cool hunts, like getting the underleveled Metapod, right? I feel like anybody can get shiny Caterpie and evolve it into Metapod, but getting the shiny underleveled Metapod specifically was very cool. Hey, yo, lol lemons. You should do more competitions for custom avatars. So I have every intention to get the Who's That Pokemon. That's how we used to give away avatars, was through Who's That Pokemon and random rolls. I have every intention to get that running again. The only problem is the tool that I was using for it originally and what I had programmed everything in is no longer supported by the modern versions of OBS. So I need to reprogram everything using StreamerBot. I just haven't had the time to like sit down and do that. There just feels like there's some things that I should focus on more, you know? How do you get this set up for Mirage Island? Game, that's a great question. I've actually developed a new way to get to the Mirage Island without needing any RNG or save manipulation or like save backups or anything like that. So the document that I've just linked there in chat explains how you can search for a specific Spinda or so I guess there's enough people here now. I might as well re-explain it real quick. The Mirage Island is unlocked in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire by having a Pokemon in your party whose Pokemon ID matches a random number that is stored in the game for the Mirage Island. So every day you get a new Mirage Island number. If one of the Pokemon in your party has a matching Pokemon ID, you can unlock the Mirage Island. Each Pokemon has a 1 in 65,536 chance of having a number that will match that Mirage Island number. However, every day that progresses after you start your save file, the Mirage Island number changes in a predictable manner. So if 10 days have passed, you'll have the same Mirage Island number on any other save that has 10 days progressed. So what I did was I put together a tool that allowed you to search for specific Spindas that would unlock the Mirage Island. And instead of looking for one specific Pokemon that's a 1 in 600 or 65,000 chance, the Spinda, if we are willing to look anywhere within the next year, it's like 1 in 180 because there's 365 Spinda that can unlock the Mirage Island in the first year. So the Spinda that I found unlocked the Mirage Island after 144 days. So 144 days after the save file had been created. All I had to do was find this Spinda and then wait it out. So we caught this back in January and then we just waited the 144 days for the Mirage Island to unlock. The guide that I put in chat explains kind of how we classify our Spindas to make it easier to search for them. And then I created an online tool that allows us to search for Spindas a little bit easier. So I'll pull that up here. So since we had 0 weeks, since we had created the save, we start with like 0 weeks. We were willing to wait up to 365 days or 1 year, but we could increase that if it's like, you know what, I don't care, I'll wait 2 years. We can put that up higher. And then the Spinda that I found was a male Spinda, and the way that it was classified based off of my little classification guide here. So this is my little classification guide. We just look at where the spots are on our Spinda pattern here. And then the one that I found happened to be a male with a left-leaning spot on both ears. So we put in male with left spot, hit search. And then the one that I found matched up exactly with day 144, so we just waited that out. If you wanted to try that for yourself, what you would do is effectively just like go and encounter a Spinda. So say you find this Spinda matches up with the left spot completely filling the center of the spiral, so that is a center spot. This is a male Spinda, and then the right-hand spot touches both the top and the right-hand side of the ear, so that becomes a B, a both spot. So we have a center spot and a both top and right spot. So this is a MCB Spinda. You just type in MCB, that'll pull up every Spinda that matches that. and then we can look for it. So this Spinda looks like this. We look through, and then there it is. Day 233, male with a center and right-leaning spot. Now, obviously, most Spindas that you look at aren't going to do that. They're not going to be on our list there, but 1 in 180 will. Bit lower on the priority list. You're excited when it happens, though. Meme battling for Big Kabuto was fun. We will have fun stuff back again someday. Honestly, I just haven't been streaming that much. Once we get back to like more actively streaming, I'll probably be more energized to put all the fun stuff back in. What I can do is if we want to unlock some extra PP, let me turn on, let me do a battle royale. Oh, I gotta enable it. View rewards. Let's turn it on. Battle Royale. There we go. We'll run a Battle Royale. This will give you a chance to unlock some PP. That didn't do anything. I guess that's why it's not enabled. Battle Royale does nothing. There's many things to fix. It's very unfortunate that the tool that I was using before stopped working. Does this... I highlight this, can I translate this message? Translate. Mix the discs, hunt for different colors. Yeah. Konnichiwa mixtape. Shiny hunt. Shiny hunt for Spinda. No, why not? That's the way it should be. Do it the way you like it. That is exactly how we plan on doing it. Something along the line of good luck on the different colored shiny hunt. Thank you. I appreciate it. I cannot speak any Japanese. What did I even learn? When I was in Japan, I don't think I learned Omae wa mou shindeiru. Nani? Can't be crazier than the clock we were using failing midstream. Yeah, that website just like stopped existing. That was wild. You just found out that Velcro can be sharp? Be careful, I suppose. Dude, why not so cool? This is so cool. You have another question. It's for dealing with if shinies can occur on a randomized seed/file. Well, yeah. So, like, the way that seeds effectively work is so 60 times a second, every frame, your PRNG state changes. So your PRNG state is a random number between 0 and 4.3 billion. So your PRNG state is a 32-bit number. Every frame, a calculation is applied to that PRNG state that then changes the PRNG number by some function. So every 60 times a second, you end up with different PRNG states. Your seed for generating a shiny Pokemon is generated by the function PPRand. PPRand takes a truncated portion of the PRNG state and uses that to generate your Pokemon and then your IVs and your PID and everything like that. Realistically, you do end up with just about any save, on average, will end up passing a potential shiny frame every 8,192 frames on average. So there's not going to be any like save file that doesn't get shinies. When you have a dead battery, you can end up with a save file because your starting seed will always be 0. Your opening PRNG state will always be 0 when you have a dead battery. And then it progresses every, 60 times per second. If you have a specific PID or TID SID, there's a chance that, that save file doesn't have a shiny for 10, 20 minutes, right? Because on average,
Milotis Melanie has just joined the Rex Force.
So on average, you'll pass a shiny frame every 2.5 minutes or so. Yo, Milotic Melanie with the tier 1 sub. Thank you for supporting the lab. I do appreciate it. Every little bit really does help. As I explained, like last month was ridiculously expensive with like my car breaking down and having to tow it 800 kilometers back home. And then fixing my clutch was also super expensive. Any little bit helps right now. I really do appreciate the support. Okay. Yeah, so on average, you'll pass a shiny frame every like 2.5 minutes or so. But some save files could end up with like being way outside of that average. Maybe there's not one for 20 minutes. It's unlikely, but it can happen. But yeah, there's really not anything that would stop a save file from having shinies. Every trainer ID, secret ID combination has 524,000 possible shiny Pokemon IDs. And generally, the distribution of Pokemon IDs is pretty evenly distributed. So when you apply the law of averages, no one save file is luckier or unluckier than the other. When you're hunting on a dead battery or you're hunting an emerald, some save files could be perceived as being unluckier just because they don't have shiny frames early on in the RNG progression, if that'll make sense. You're putting Velcro tape on your window so you can hang like your AC cover thingy, pressing it down, and now you have little holes in your thumb. Okay. Well, we'll know for next time. We'll know for next time to use gloves, I suppose. That's all we can do. Live and learn. Yeah. Oh, I mean, hey, if you guys have Pokemon questions, Pokemon questions for Professor Rex. Professor Rex loves answering Pokemon questions. Freaking have at it, And whoever said, Jody said, gotta catch a Spinda today? Dude. Do it. There's my guide. Somebody go get a Spinda to unlock the Mirage Island. Jody, go do it. I believe in you. Lime asks shiny Cubone. If you want a shiny Cubone avatar, all you gotta do is be a member. Members of the stream will unlock shiny Pokemon for their avatars. Where do the names Rex and Tops come from? That's a good question. The name Professor Rex comes from dinosaurs. Professor Rex, Professor T-Rex, dinosaurs. So we've kind of had iterations of usernames. So my name is Jake, my brother's name is Kyle, my youngest brother's name is Ryan. Our like oldest Pokemon or username for the three of us was Jakyler. Our Webkins account was Jakyler, Jake, Kyle, Ryan. If you just want to DM it to me on Discord, that works. !Discord gives the link to the Discord. Then you can just DM me right through there, or I don't know, upload it and send it through Twitter. Whatever works. So what was I saying? Yeah. So it was Jakyler, Jake, Kyle, Ryan was our original kind of save or username. And then our first game that had Rex and Tops would be Pokemon Sun and Moon. Pokemon Sun is like the earliest save file I have with Rex as the username. Tops, bad name. I wish that we could retcon it. Like maybe we should. I don't know. Should we retcon it? We'll see. But Professor Tops comes from Triceratops. So when we made our Minecraft accounts, my in-game name in Minecraft was Minosaurus Rex. And the YouTube name was I think it was just also Minosaurus Rex was the YouTube name originally, and we were the Sor. What was our group called? I can't remember, but it was, yeah. So we had Minosaurus Rex, Minoceratops. So Ceratops is kind of got cut down to Tops.
Followed and the lab has grown.
Yo, Lundy, thank you for the follow on over on Twitch. I appreciate it. We are getting dangerously close to 5K. Pretty cool. So we were Minosaurus Rex, Minoceratops, and Minoraptor. And I don't know, that was my league name as well, and it just started to feel like Minosaurus Rex was kind of cringe. And it just dawned on me one day that Rex sounds like X. If I went by Professor Rex, I would be like Professor X from the X-Men. This was actually before I was a Pokemon professor, so I changed my league name to Professor Rex. My brother changed it to Professor Tops, Professor Raptor. My friend changed to Professor Pique. And that's when we became the professors. So it just originated from dinosaurs. It was Minosaurus Rex, Minoceratops, and then we changed over to professors because it sounded less cringe. And then, I don't know, I mean, then we realized that Professor Tops kind of sounds, it's a bit of a weird name to go by Tops, because Floppy Toppy, Tops, Bottoms, all sorts of things, but we just decided, screw it, whatever, we'll stick with it. It was innocent when it was created, but it originated from T-Rex and Triceratops. Where's Professor Raptor? Today, so that's our youngest brother, and Professor Raptor today is off lifeguarding. He's lifeguarding a special needs camp for the summer. And Professor Tops, he's off at the nuclear power plant, doing nuclear power plant things. Ooh, Professor Top 10 lists. Lemons, thank you for the good shiny luck. I appreciate it. Professor Top Cut. Heck yeah. Triceratops is better than Tricerabottom. Oh my goodness, it's true. It's true. Professor Top Gun? You know what? These are all better than us calling him Professor Sloppy Toppy. These, every single one of these. Professor Top of his class. Backed. It's based and true. The bottom slander is crazy. I mean, look, I'm a Switch. If I was to get a bottom or top name, my name would be Professor Switch. Okay, what is this? Ollie is DMing me on Twitter. This is a secret. Hey, yo! Oh, love to see it. Did you know that there's an updated one that has rocks, though? I love it though. Oliver MKP has like a printed out version of the Safari Zone research that he brought to the IRL for shiny hunting. It's fantastic. Milotic, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I will definitely take a look at it, do some research later. We love Triceratops. Oh my god. Curly fries or onion rings? Oh, that's a tough one. Look. Sweet potato curly fries, I think, are just like always pretty good, right? Onion rings. I love onion rings, but they have to be done well. Like, I feel like the problem with onion rings is kind of twofold. One, if the interior of the onion ring is too moist, what happens is you like bite into it, and then when you try to pull, like the whole rest of the onion ring comes out. Oh, the whole rest of the onion comes out. So now you end up with like just an empty ring of dough with no onion. And I just feel like the margin for error in an onion ring is so much smaller than the margin for error on curly fries. If I was going to make one or the other for myself, I would probably make curly fries because I feel like they're harder to frick up. If I was, you know, certain in my mind that I was going to buy onion rings and they would be well organized, perfect onion rings, probably go with onion rings over curly fries though. Respect pillow princesses. Look, I got nothing wrong. I got no ill will against pillow princesses. One of my favorite genders. All I'm saying is I'm a Switch because Switches have more fun. If you can enjoy both sides of the spectrum, it opens up your options massively. That's all I'll say. Yo, Galactic! Thank you so much for the super chat. Pink Wynut just around the corner. We do have a lot of pink Wynuts. Just so you know. Just so you know, we are not just looking for any pink Wynut. We are looking for level 5 shiny Wynuts. So there's a very good chance that our first Wynut is going to be a phase that is useless to me. We want level 5 or level 10 Wynuts. Level 5 being the lowest level you can get Master Ball Wynut. Level 5 or 10 can then evolve into level 15 Wobbuffet, the lowest level you can get Master Ball Wobbuffet. Prior to Pokemon Go. Oh, you just mean in general. Is he part of the channel? Can't remember hearing of him before. So he just doesn't like play as much with us. He comes in for like the streams that he feels like he wants to be part of. We'll probably see him pop in here and there during Safari Week. We'll definitely have him on for, you know, at least a little bit of the Pokemon Legends ZA stream. But Galactic, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for everybody who's like subscribed, members of the YouTube channel, send in super chats, or just watching in general. I really do appreciate the support. It goes a long way. We actually just passed a pretty cool milestone over on the YouTube. We have passed 333,300 subscribers, which puts us 1/3 of the way to 100,000. 1/3 of the way to getting our silver play button. I think that if we get there, like, owning a silver play button will probably be one of the coolest things that I've ever done. So, you know, your support really does help. And I think that we've crossed over the hard part. Okay. If we find shiny Wynut, we'll either name it Donut, or whoever gives the most bits or highest super chat can name the shiny. Ooh, we should start doing that. Bits to name shinies. But yeah, Professor Raptor, kind of like a side character. He's our youngest brother. He definitely hops in and out, but we don't see him as often. The shiny for it is so cute. I love shiny Wynut. I've been talking about getting little baby Wynut from the Mirage Island for like 5 years. I actually wrote a decent portion of the original Bulbapedia article for the Mirage Island back in like 2016. I have loved the Mirage Island for like 10 years. It could have even been earlier than that I wrote portions of the Mirage Island Bulbapedia page. Let me see here. Mirage Island. We go to history. We go to when shiny T-Rex was putting edits in. T-Rex, yeah, February 2016. I wrote a bunch of, made a bunch of edits to the Mirage Island webpage on Bulbapedia. Will we ever do another hot tub stream? I won't rule it out. I will not rule it out. I think I probably won't do a hot tub stream in the super near future, just because, like, with the broken arm, I haven't been able to get as many of my runs and exercise in as I would like. I have put on a little bit of weight. So I think that once I finish my Spiritomb speedrun, I've lost some weight. We can do a hot tub stream. That would be fun. There's nothing stopping us from doing it. And, like, you know what? At the end of the day, the opinions of random losers on the internet shouldn't matter. But I wasn't a big fan. The last time we did a hot tub stream, somebody came in and said, "Get this fat whale off of my screen." And like, that wasn't very nice. I didn't appreciate that at all. It was mean. But we'll be okay. We'll put that up there. When I finally finish my Spiritomb % speedrun, we will celebrate it with a hot tub stream. You have my promise. I will be training for it as soon as this stupid cast is off. The internet sucks. It is what it is. It happens. We banned them. We got them out of here. Hey. Just gonna point this out, everybody over on Twitch, we are 1 follower away from 4,900. You want to be the 4,900, 44900th follower? It's true. You know what? And let's all be honest. Let's all be honest. Do we really think that the person going around on Twitch and making fun of people who are doing charity hot tub streams is a particularly attractive human being? Like, let's call a spade a spade. You know that that person is definitely 100% ugly on the inside. And I would be willing to bet they're ugly on the outside too. Well, thank you, Philippe. I'm a little heavier than I want to be right now. But we'll get there. I used to be a national level competitive swimmer. So I used to have very low body fat percentage. And part of me just like wants to get back to not necessarily like 0% body fat, but just I want to feel fit enough that like I could do anything that I might need to. So like I have been running up until I broke my arm. I was running on average about 10 kilometers a day, and then once a week I was doing a 20-kilometer run. So like there's I'm definitely, I would say, more fit than like the average person, but I want to be more fit than the average person. Yeah, actually I have a waterproof cast. So my intention is to go and get in the pool tomorrow. I was gonna go this morning, but I slept in a little bit, and my main priority for the day was I really wanted to get some Mirage Island hunting done. That was actually like one of the main goals for the day, was like, let's get some Mirage Island shiny hunting in. We are going for the level 5 shiny Wynut from the Mirage Island. This is a hunt that I've been wanting to do for like a decade. The only way to get level 5 Wynut in a Master Ball is actually in the Mirage Island. I don't think that it spawns at level 5 anywhere else in the series. You can get it at a lower level through breeding, but Master Balls don't pass down through breeding. You can get it at a lower level in Pokemon Go, but only from eggs. So, as far as I know, this is the only way to get your level 5 Master Ball Wynuts, and I think that is super cool. It is neat. I think it's nifty. I really like low-level Pokemon. Like under-leveled evolution Pokemon, low-level Pokemon. I really like kind of conceptualizing, like, how do we make it so that we catch this Pokemon in a way that you can bring it anywhere else in the series and you'd still know where it came from. And with the fact that you can breed Pokeballs down in future gens, Master Balls are one of the only ways to like really prove like this is a wild caught Pokemon, you know? Wild caught Pokemon, Master Ball, 100% of the time. Or Master Ball means wild caught 100% of the time. Shiny Leak Trail from the Wii that cost you 6 years. Can you send them to the Switch? Unfortunately, Pokemon Rumble doesn't have the ability to move Pokemon between into any of the other games. So you can trade Pokemon between copies of Pokemon Rumble by sending them to a Wii remote, and then bringing that Wii remote to another save file, which is how we were able to kind of move our Rhyperiors around, and how we bring all the Pokemon onto the main save file. But unfortunately, there isn't any way to move them outside of Rumble. So it's kind of like a shiny hunt that we did that is 100% forever stuck in the Wii, but that's okay. Spindas can't go up, they get stuck. That's okay. I think that I'm gonna do I want to do a shiny hunt for 2 identical Spinda. It's totally doable in Generation 4. I think it'd be really fun to do it. It's like 1 in 100, or on average, it'll take about 100 shinies to get 2 identical shiny Spinda using Synchronize and doing radar shiny hunting. So that would be a pretty cool thing to do. Someone did that with their shiny. You got it Wonder Traded in Bank, and you never got to see it sparkle. I suspect that we'll probably see Spinda in Pokemon Legends ZA. So Spinda might finally be able to escape their Pokemon home prison. It is pretty ridiculous that to this day, the only game on the Switch that has Spinda bricked up the pattern so they can't leave. It's so silly. Do you get event codes for Pokemon that you have to go somewhere or in a specific event? Really don't know how to get the kinds of codes if you know how to. Yo, what?
Let's Game Gaming gifted 1 subscriptions to
Thank
the community.
you. Let's Game Gaming with 2 gift subs. I
Grim
appreciate
Casper hit us
that.
up
What
with
the
that
heck?
Prime.
Thank you so much. We have apparently an incoming hype train. If anybody wants to hit us. Oh, so that's 1 gift sub, and then Casper with the Prime. Thank you so much. If anybody else is sitting there with their Prime subs, we do have a hype train on its way, apparently, if you want to help out with getting us there. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. As I was saying earlier this stream, it definitely has been an expensive month, what with my car breaking down and everything. So all the support and love is much appreciated. Paul, most event codes nowadays are given out online, so you can generally just like go on Cerebi and get the codes from there. Some codes are given in person, like you have to go to GameStop or EB Games or whatever. I don't know if there's any codes that are being given out in person right now, though. Oh, other than Tandemouse is being given out at Pokemon centers in Japan and Singapore for your birthday. But those codes, like, you need to go in person to Japan or Singapore. I do have a bunch of them, though. My plan is to try and hunt for a 3-mouse Cherish Ball Mousehold. We'll probably do that hunt on either Saturday or Sunday if you guys want to join for that. It'll be I would say a lot of fun. It'll be somewhat fun. Yeah, actually, you know what? So this weekend, I was thinking I'm gonna go for the Cherish Ball 3-mouse mousehold. I bought a bunch of codes for it. What I was thinking of doing is every time we get a family of 4 birthday mousehold, we might just do a bit of a giveaway. How to get Cherish Ball mousehold. So as I was saying, right now at Pokemon centers in Japan and Singapore, if it is your birthday month, when you go in, you can get a code that gives you Tandemouse and a Cherish Ball. I'm going to be trying to redeem those codes, let them evolve up into Mousehold, and if we're lucky, some of them will turn into 3-mouse Mousehold, or at least one of them. The main goal is to get one of them. If you happen to hop into the stream over the weekend, I'll probably do some giveaways for our kind of like breed jecks, but we'll give away some level 5 birthday mouseholds that are going to evolve into the 4-mouse instead. Your car got totaled in a non-fault accident 2 weeks ago. You feel your pain. Your insurance is coming clutch. You pick up your new wheels on Monday. Yeah, so my car's fixed now. It was we were driving back from the Milwaukee regionals last month. My clutch burnt out in Indiana, so I had to tow my car the whole way home because my car was never sold in America in a manual transmission. So I have a manual transmission. The clutch didn't exist as a part in America because it was only ever sold in Canada and the UK. So I had to tow it all the way home. That was expensive because I had to rent a U-Haul and a tow dolly and tow it like the whole way. Also slowed down our travels by a bit because I couldn't go very fast with the tow dolly. Absolutely brutal. Decided to look up e-readers and Game Boy Advances so you can read your e-reader Mudkip cards. It seems like an expensive endeavor. I got really lucky where we have 3 English e-readers and I got like all of them for very cheap. 2 of them I got for like $2 each at used game stores in 2019 or so. That's really sweet. Do you know if there's a website where you can get some codes or something? You really like having your game with all the event codes you got originally from you. I know this weekend they're going to be giving away Wolfie's Incineroar. So if you watch the stream on Twitch there, you'll be able to get the code for Wolfie's Incineroar. But as for anything else, I don't know what codes are available. Therapy.net is probably your best place to look. If you want the mousehold codes, r/Pokemon Exchange is a good place to go and buy codes. You'd probably be looking at about $8 per code if you wanted to get some codes off of Reddit. Help? Zopi, what is up? What are you doing? Sorry about all the car troubles. Having your card break down on a road trip is one of your biggest fears. I mean, we figured it out. I'm pretty resourceful and like I don't generally just like completely crash out when things don't go correctly. So it was fine. It was inconvenient and that's really all it was. What make is your car? You're in the UK, you love your manual. So I have a 2020 Nissan Qashqai. So it's like a slightly smaller Rogue. In America, they call it the Rogue Sport, but it was only ever available in automatic there. No, r/Pokemon Exchange is where you would go to get codes. Pokemon Exchange, EXCHAANGE, Exchange. You have the I Ain't Got No iPhone song playing in your brain, but with Zubat instead of iPhone. I don't know what that song is. I'm not going to look it up because I don't want to suffer the same fate as you. But yeah, my last car was a 2005 Nissan Sentra, manual transmission. I liked it. It was a good car, but the head gasket on the engine was blown. Like it was just leaking. So it was constantly burning off engine coolant. And what happened was my girlfriend and I were driving back from Quebec City, which is about a 10, 11 hour drive from Quebec City to Toronto. And we were in the middle of nowhere in Quebec and my car overheated. So we ended up just like trying to call CAA. My CAA membership had expired. We were just stuck on the highway. Eventually my car cooled off and the engine started again, but like as long as it was too hot, it would just not turn over. It would not start. So we were like, oh my goodness, this is gonna suck. And then my girlfriend just started like nagging me of like, can we get a new car? Can we get a new car? Can we get a new car so we don't get stranded? Can we get a new car so like we can actually go places? That's why I ended up getting the Cash Guy. The clutch just burnt out. Like, I don't know what happened. It shouldn't have burnt out when it did. It only has 50,000 kilometers on it. And it was a really expensive fix, but this is life. This is life. But then that happened, and then a week later I broke my hand. So inconveniences and costs have stacked up. I was told that bad things come in threes, so I'm just waiting. Like, no bad things have happened since then, I don't think. So maybe we're okay. When you're using the spin search tool, what do you type in for spin to label? Is that the letters like MCB in the example? Yeah. So the first letter is the gender, male for female, or male for male, female for female, and then you just like look at the little chart in the guide for how you classify the spots, the top 2 spots for the spinda, and then you just put that in, and it'll pull up every spinda within the first X number of days that matches that label or classification. If you need help, if you want to like understand it, if you want to like DM me on Discord a picture of the spinda that you're looking at and like help me, or just get like a little bit of help with figuring out how the classification works, just let me know. By the way, you have a VGen now. I don't know what that means. Is that like a VTuber? Ooh. Ooh. Why nuts? Why not? VGen is a commission base. Okay, very cool. Very cool. I did, I don't know if you saw, I ended up updating the thumbnail a little bit for that video, where I like took the thumbnail that you made and I put it inside of the big CRT. I think that the thumbnail is like a little bit more grabby now, hopefully. Because I don't think I did a good job with titling the video. I think the title of the video was bad, so the click-through rate was not great. The click-through rate's a little bit better now with the updated title and thumbnail. So it is what it is. Some videos will be bangers and some will be flops. And I think that it's really nobody can ever predict it. Yeah, the numbers are hard to understand. Debuting a new VTuber model on Safari Week. That's going to be cool. I'm looking forward to Safari Week. It's going to be very fun. It will be very enjoyable, I think. Oh my god, that's not good. Dude, that's crazy. Today is like the first day of the North American International Championships, and Google authentication is not working, so people can't log into their Arcanine's account, which is like the website for the event page. That's not good. That's not good at all. Okay, so you wait the 207 days, then on that Mirage Island day is found. After every 7 days, I can go to Mirage Island. No. You can only go to the Mirage Island on the specific day. Every 7 days, maybe I'll have to reword it. I just added that yesterday. The count for how many rockets have taken off at Moss Deep goes up. So every 7 days, like, your week count goes up by 1. But if you find a Pokemon that's... what you're doing is you're looking for any Spinda that will unlock, or Spinda that will unlock the Mirage Island someday within the first 365 days. If you found Spinda number day 207, the Mirage Island will unlock on day 207. If you save on the island on that day, it won't go away, like it won't leave, but you can only go on day 207. Does that make sense? And did you find day 207 Spinda? That's awesome. All of your systems are down for work, which is super fun, but you got you out of your meeting. Is that super in quotes? When I was working at a car dealership, like 60 or 70% of car dealerships in North America use a system called 180 as a CRM, and for like building quotes to sell cars and things. For an entire month, that system was down, which meant that I had to like do all of my car selling doing math by hand, and I had to write bills of sale by hand. It was brutal. And then, when the systems finally came back up, I had the absolute pleasure of taking everything that I had done by hand over the past month and redoing it digitally. That was such a stupid freaking month. And I think I sold like 15 cars that month. It was so much work. So much work. Just popped in. Why exactly is this shiny so rare? That is a great question. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to answer this. For the B both letter, does it have to be the same spot that touches the blue and the red? Yes. Yeah, so you label each spot individually, Melanie. So do the left spot completely independent of the right spot. So you only put B when a specific spot touches both the red and the blue. You have a beard. What happened to your hand? Oh boy, there's so many updates that are happening. Let me answer this question on why this shiny is so rare, and then I will answer the questions about the beard and the broken hand. This shiny is rare because in order to unlock the Mirage Island, you need to have a Pokemon whose Pokemon ID number matches a random number that is generated at the beginning of each day or the Mirage Island. So there's a 1 in 65,000 chance of any one Pokemon unlocking the Mirage Island. I've recently created a guide that allows you to access the Mirage Island with a little bit less work. But what we're looking for after that is the 5% level 5 Wynut as well. We're going to throw that in a Master Ball, making it one of the rarest Pokemon in Hoenn because of how difficult it is to unlock the area that it spawns, as well as then being a 5% encounter. Hope that answers your question, Blub. If you do have any other questions, let me know. If you'd like to see the guide on how to access the Mirage Island, I can throw it in chat. No, Aquatic, don't worry. I also haven't streamed that much in a couple of months. So if you haven't been here, don't worry about it. Oh, shoot. I missed it. Who was the follow? Shiny Jess. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. That is 4,900 followers. We are so close to 5K. Thank you for the support there. So the beard I just grew because I thought I wanted to see what it would look like. I don't know. I need to clean it all up. It's a little too thick at the bottom here. I need to like go to a barber and get it cleaned. But I was mostly just curious, like, can I grow a beard? How would it look? Should I keep a beard? Because I tried to grow a beard in 2020 during COVID. You know how everybody tried growing their COVID beards? And I could not grow a beard. It came out really, really bad. And that was 5 years ago. So it was like, maybe things have changed. I kind of like it. I don't think it's that bad. I get to like collect little crumbs. I can eat them for later. I'm content with it so far. As for the hand, I got invited out to PAX East this year. So my friends and I all went to PAX. We went out to Boston. And we went to a cool barcade after playing a little bit of a drinking game. So we were a little bit inebriated. And this is not recommended. This is not a recommendation from the Professor's Lab. We were a little bit inebriated. And they had like that boxing game. You know the one where you punch and you get a score, right? So us being the manly men that we are, we were all trying this punching boxing game. And I got a pretty good score, and then I was like, you know what? Watch this, guys. Y'all check this out. And I've done kickboxing in the past. I know how high I can kick. I'm usually pretty good at it, but I've never tried doing a kick at head height when I have had a bunch of soju. So I kicked it and then fell. So that's how I broke my hand. Was I broke my hand falling because I tried to kick the punching machine at an arcade. So I broke this hand and I kind of like sprained this one. Not a great time. Pretty inconvenient. I was also in Boston. I don't know how y'all deal with healthcare there. Apparently it's like over $1,000 to get x-rays. So I just raw dogged my broken hand until we got home to Canada because it's free. It's free to get x-rays here. Why does it cost money for you to get x-rays? That's ridiculous. Where do your tax dollars even go, everybody? And I've been in a cast, so it's been about 4 weeks. I got 3 more weeks, and hopefully that will be everything for the break portion of recovery. And then after that, we have the recovery portion of recovery. But, I mean, I'm just going to let everybody know, my cast did cost, because, like, you can get plaster casts for free. Fiberglass casts are a little bit more because they're, like, not necessarily a required part of the recovery. They're just nice to have and a little bit more comfortable and everything. So this cast did cost me $100. If anybody wants to go fund my recovery, you know, I need $100 to pay for my cast.
Liars on fire.
Yo, Liars, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Professor's Lab. My name is Professor Rex. Super cool to have you here. And Jess, thank you. I'm glad that you appreciate the content. I'm glad I was able to get you back into shiny hunting, and you know, hopefully you're enjoying being a part of the community again. I don't know if I don't know if getting somebody back into shiny hunting is necessarily something that is like strictly a good thing. But if you're enjoying being part of the community again, you're enjoying like spending time with friends, then I'll consider it a positive. You're suddenly very glad you're in a place where you can get free healthcare. So, yeah, I have free healthcare here. Like, I waited until I got back to Canada before I got my x-rays. I've now got, what? 1, 2... So, like, we'll count each picture as an x-ray, right? So I got 3, 6, 9... I've got 12 x-rays so far. And all I've had to pay for is... I had to pay for parking, and I had to pay for my fiberglass casts. I could have got the plaster cast. Luckily, this one, I got the waterproof cast this time. So I'll be able to go swimming tomorrow. I'm really excited for that because I need to go and get some exercise. I've been a little bit sedentary for the last 4 weeks. And Blub, to answer your question, I kind of threw it in there. Drink of choice is Amaretto Sour or Soju. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I haven't really exercised. The main problem was until I just got this cast yesterday, until I changed over to this cast, I didn't want to get sweaty because my last cast wasn't waterproof, so I couldn't clean it or anything. I didn't want to get sweaty and then have to deal with my arm just stinking like sweat, like an additive amount of additional human body odor building up in my arm, right? This one I can wash, so that'll be better. Even then, I don't know, doing cardio with big heavy cast is not great. And when my blood pressure, or when like my blood flow increases, blood pressure goes up and then my arm gets swollen, which is uncomfortable. And I'm not supposed to get swollen arms, so. But that's why I'm gonna go swimming. I'm just gonna like go do a bunch of kick. Just get a flutterboard and do a bunch of kick. Should be good. That is 5,000 encounters. That's pretty good. We've used 2.5 kilowatts of electricity, so about 30 cents of electricity so far. I did wash it. So I got my cast off yesterday and I like thoroughly washed my arm. There was just skin sloughing. How do you say that word? Sloughing? That must be it, right? S-L-O-U-G-H-I-N-G, sloughing? We'll assume that's how you say it. There was skin like sloughing off of my arm. A bunch of hair came off. Sloughing off of my arm. Okay, there we go. There was skin sloughing off of my arm. That makes more sense. That sounds right. Maybe it's one of those words that I've only ever read and just never heard or said out loud. You know, there's always words like that where it's like you've read them and never said them. How many words in like one individual person's vocabulary do you think they know the meaning of, but like haven't said out loud? Interesting question. I don't think there's any mathematical, like there's no way to figure it out. But I'm sure if you thought hard enough, you would be able to catch yourself with like a word that you know, a word that you've read, a word you understand the meaning of, but a word that you've never said. Every spindle label should be 3. So Milotic, maybe we'll go through 1 or 2 here. I can walk you through some if you want. If it helps. Here should be some random Spinda images. Yeah, here we go. We can pick like a random Spinda here, and we can name it. Okay. So here is the day 206 Spinda. This is a female Spinda, so the first part of the code is F. So we have F, then we look at the left spot. This is touching both the blue and the red section. So this is a B, and then we go to this ear. This ear entirely fills the center, so this is a C. So the code will be F, B, C. And if we look at this one here, so this Spinda does not entirely fill this circle, but it does touch the pink area. This is a male Spinda, so this will be an M, R, D, because this is a right-leaning spot, and this is a downward spot since it is in the orange area of the Spinda's face, right? So we look here, it touches the pink area, and this touches the orange area. So then this Spinda is a M, R, D. We look at this Spinda. This is another one that if we look here, it doesn't touch the green area, but it does touch the blue area up here. So this is a male with a center circle. So an M, C, U. Since this is an upwards spot, it's touching the blue area up here. We'll do another one here. So right again, so this is a male, M, C, U. This Spinda here, this is a male Spinda again, so this is an M. It's touching both the blue and the red area, so this is a B. And this is touching the blue and the red area as well. So this is a female, so F, B, B. Yeah, R means like right leaning, exactly. Yeah. So you're like labeling each individual spot. So then this one would be an M, L, B. So for male, left leaning, both. This would be an F, B, B. And this one is a male, an M, C, R. Right leaning spot here. Yeah, if you have more questions, like hopefully that helped a little bit. Let me know if you do need help like figuring out what any one Spinda is or anything. Happy to help with explaining how to label them. You've seen some nasty cast removals in your nursing days. 0 out of 10. This cast came off pretty easily. It's only been 3 weeks. I think like it was definitely a lot worse when I took off my leg cast because I was in that for 6 weeks, I think. I think 3 weeks is a perfectly fine amount of time to be in a cast before it starts getting really bad. But like as soon as my arm got wet, that skin was sloughing off. Zopi, welcome back. At least 3 words. Most of the newer Pokemon names you know, but you wouldn't be able to say. That's fair, Galactic. Poet, thank you for joining the stream. Welcome on in. Good to have you here. I do have a little bit of hope that maybe we'll have a few more people tuning in as the night goes on. We should have people slowly making their way back, you know, from work or whatever. And we're gonna find this Wobbuffet or this Wynut, I think. It's coming. It's on its way. You worked for a foot/ankle surgeon, so it was the worst. I mean, feet are gross in general, right? We can all admit that in general, like a random stranger's feet, gross. You don't want to see that. You don't want to touch that. A random stranger's foot after it's been inside of a cast and unwashed for 3 to 6 weeks? That's a whole different story. That is an entirely different set of algebra to do. Now, that being said, not all feet are disgusting, right? Like, I can appreciate a cute foot, but I still like my feet to be washed. You know, cute feet fresh out of the shower, again, entirely different set of algebra. You're playing Pokemon Emerald on your SpongeBob SP. Hell yeah. I kind of wish I had a SpongeBob SP. One of the coolest systems, I think. Like an OG 101 SpongeBob SP is a vibe. Look. Maybe not everybody here knows. But at least some of them. At least some of the people here know that I'm not entirely against feet. But on average, a random stranger's feet, not great. I think the SpongeBob DS was a 101. Maybe I'm wrong. I've never owned one, so it is a 101. Yeah. Yeah, SpongeBob DS is a 101. Absolutely sick system. What I will say about my feet is because of running, like running 10 to 20 kilometers a day, my toes, so gross. So gross. My phone just died. I can't pull it up. Who wants to see? Let me see if I can maneuver myself. Who wants to see this? Who wants to see my toes? You guys see that? It almost looks like I painted my toe, right? But I didn't paint my toe at all. No, in fact, my toe is just full of blood. Isn't that nice? Isn't that exciting? That's a good toe. Look, I'll give the dogs for free exclusively because they're not worth any money. You'd get it checked out. I know what the problem is. That is just like, if you look up runner's toe, that is just what you get. You get blood under your toenails. At least right now, it is, it's still attached to the nail bed. I did have them raised from the nail bed once. Get new shoes. No, I have good shoes. As I said, look up runner's toenails. It doesn't matter how good your shoes are. If you're running uphill, downhill, you know, on inclines, if you're doing incline runs for, you know, 7+ hours a week, that's just what happens. It's kind of unavoidable. There's nothing I can do about it. But last year I did end up with like the nail beds entirely, or them becoming like entirely lifted from the nail bed. That was not great. Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. Wait, that was not good. Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you want is in your Burger King burger is someone else's foot fungus. But as it turns out, that might be what you get. An anonymous user posted on the 4chan poll. I can't remember how the rest of it goes. Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you want in your Burger King burger is someone else's foot fungus. As it turns out, that might be what you get. What makes you think you'd run voluntarily? I like running. I get runner size, though. I like blasting some loud music and going for a run. That was actually the thing I was looking forward to the most for the summer. I was like so looking forward to going for runs during the summer, and what I've instead been stuck with is freaking broken arm. It sucks nuts. And not even in the fun way. But once this casted off, it's back to training. My goal right now this month was I was supposed to be doing my Spiritomb % speed run. I was supposed to be doing 20 to 30,000 steps every day in order to unlock Spiritomb in like 60 days. Mother fricker. Broken ass arm, broken thumb. This is cool. Yeah, and how's it going? Don't tell Carrie to go home. Carrie is home. She's at home in the lab. Right where she belongs. Where else are you supposed to get free dogs on the internet? Yeah, I think the SpongeBob DS, we have like AGS 101s of every color, but not this SpongeBob one. Shaking ass and taking names? I've been taking names and shaking ass. Day's been good. We've been shiny hunting for about 4 hours. We have so far managed to do just over 5,000 Wynut encounters. We are trying to get purple Wynut. Little level 5 shiny Mirage Island Wynut. Because it is, as the kids would say, Mirage Monday. And by Mirage Monday, you know what day it is. Not Mirage Monday, but what can you do? Just get the shiny? Yeah, I mean, if I really wanted the shiny that badly, I could have booted this up. If I wanted it really badly, I could have booted this up on like 25 or 20. I could have put this on 27 systems. If I like really dramatically wanted to get this shiny that badly, I could have turned this like 27 systems on. However, I made this layout specifically for doing Mirage Island, and I never really used it, and I think this is a nice layout, so we're using it, at least for the first couple of shinies. You know, votes in chat. Who thinks that this is a good shine or a good layout? It's a good layout. You can't convince me otherwise. I also learned I didn't keep any of the PSD files. Literally zero. I kept none of the Photoshop files for this layout, which means I cannot even modify it. I would need to make the entire thing again, and I do not want to do that. Because like the chat little window over there where chat is, it's kind of like hidden behind the rocks. I like built that all by hand. I don't want to do that again. The thing about having many systems is the more systems you have, the more time it takes to make OBS look good, right? These shiny hunters with like one Nintendo Switch, they have it so easy. Look, it's like you have one Nintendo Switch. It's like, good. Look, you got your Pokemon Legends Arceus layout. You need one screen. So simple. You got your BDSP layout, one screen. Again, so much easier, right? And then we go to like, you want to play Pokemon Unite? Boom, you put a screen, you put a camera. Okay, you want to play Pokemon Sleep? I mean, I haven't played Pokemon Sleep in a while, but look, Pokemon Scarlet, one little screen, so much easy. And then it's like, you know what? But now you have 6 screens. Well, now it's harder to make the layout look good, right? Look at this. This is Pokemon Scarlet, but I have 6 screens. This does not look as good. It's just like one simple screen, right? We're gonna shiny hunt curries. Boom. I mean, this is a nice layout. But we want to have more games? Immediately. So much more time needed. Where did I put my Mirage? There we go. Yeah, it's like, I'm not a graphic designer. Graphic design is not my passion. I just have to like flounder my way through it. Making all of this in Photoshop is just like me trying my best to figure it out. But we get there. We do it. We get there. Yeah. It is what it is. We do our best. Aquatic Star is actually a graphic designer. Well, there you go. Everything that I do, all of the thumbnails, all of the overlays, everything on the YouTube channel and Twitch channel, just me floundering my way through trying to make things look nice. I have absolutely no training or skill. Yeah, no shinies yet, so we're up to 5,300 why not seen. Odds are 1 in 8,192, so it's not surprising we haven't got one. But I mean, it would have been nice to have. The bro of the Fesser. Yo, Rebel, what is up? Good to see ya. Yo, Aquatic, thank you for the shiny luck. I can do that. I can do that by hand. Let me do this.
Shiny luck.
Shiny luck. Any goal for the evening? Get to 8192, get to 10,000. Well, let's see. It took us about 4 hours to get to 5K. I feel like 8192 is not a terrible place to aim for. 8192, and we see how we're feeling. Realistically, I mean, we'll just shiny hunt until we don't feel like it anymore. I have always felt like that is the correct way to do things. You know, look for your differently colored monsters. And then when you don't want to look for differently colored monsters anymore, stop looking for differently colored monsters. Oh my god, I hate this mouse. I am excited for Safari Week. What are you thinking you're going to be hunting for there, Beartick? We got the same thing on the docket as last year over here in the lab. We're going to be going for that 1% level 23 Chansey. And Professor Tops will be back at his attempts to finally claim a Tauros. I think he's at like 4 failures so far, so fingers crossed we finally get him on the board for something, right? May the luck be ever on my side. Yo, Cali dude, thank you. I appreciate it. So recently luck has not been on my side. Car broke down, broke my hand, Haven't found any shinies. Didn't get any hundos at GoFest. No maidens. Absolutely maidenless. You know? I could use some good luck. Fisherman outfit. That's sick. Looking forward to it. Any tips for Safari Week? Have fun. Yo, Poet, thank you for the follow over on Twitch as well. I appreciate it. Follower number 4,900 apparently, because I thought we already did that, and then somebody unfollowed the Professor's Lab. What are they doing? Absolutely absurd behavior. Almost at odds. Ooh, we got like 2 point something K left. We're having a good time. You're gonna go for shiny Wish Cache in the Great Marsh because of the glitch that makes it almost impossible to fail. It's true. The Night Kid, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Welcome on into the Professor's Lab. If you haven't caught it, my name is Professor Rex, and I'm a certified... my name is Professor Rex. Someone with more game cubes than brain cells, and... Wait, no, that's not what... Come on, Rex, you can do this. My name is Professor Rex, certified professor of Pokemon, and someone who plays with his Wii's on the weekends, and you've just entered the Professor's Lab. My name is Professor Rex, certified professor of Pokemon, someone with more game cubes than brain cells, and you've just entered the Professor's Lab. But yeah, Salmon, the Wish Cache is cool. I've done the like throwing mud at Wish Cache until it flees, because it's like a 1 in 255 chance that it actually runs away. I failed the shiny Wish Cache on purpose. Rex, Professor Rex's Pokédex. Pokédex. Yes, second letter is for the left ear, third letter is for the right ear. Exactly. So it's gender, left ear, right ear. Based off of how you're looking at it. It would be Spinda's right ear, Spinda's left ear. But like the way that you, when you're facing it dead on, it's gender, left ear, right ear. Ooh, okay. Beartick, Salmon is gonna throw his fisherman's outfit into the Discord. Maybe I should get a cool safari outfit organized for Safari Week. I should get a safari hat or something. You feel it, dude? Keep hanging in there. Just noticed the hand followed a few days ago from the last Safari Week Chansey and Tauros vid. Oh, that's super cool. I'm glad that people are still like going back and enjoying that video. I think that's think that like last year's Safari Week video was a fun video. I think that it came out really well. Like even though it's an hour long, I think it's pretty fun. And it definitely gave me ideas for like by putting it together, it gave me ideas for like how to continue with themes for future videos. The thing about making a YouTube video for me is it comes through via what's called emergence. So it's kind of like how a bird builds a nest, where a bird will have a general idea in its head about how a nest should look, right? But the nest emerges out of like what resources it finds. It doesn't have a blueprint for exactly how the nest should look, but the nest emerges out of what's available and what it like is able to put together as time progresses. And I feel like my YouTube video editing process is the same, where the video emerges not necessarily out of like a strict idea in my mind of how it'll look, but more like as I'm editing, I come up with ideas for how it can be put together, you know? And I liked that last year's Safari Week video. We'll definitely have another one this year. It's going to be a lot of fun. If you could attend any one in-person Pokemon event from any point in time, which one would you go to? That one's tough. Because I've definitely been to a bunch now. Like, you know, I went to Worlds in London, Worlds in Japan, Worlds in Hawaii. I've been to I've been to every North American Go Fest. I've been to Go Fest in Osaka. I've been to regionals. I went to the Pokemon X and Y launch party. I went to the Pokemon Symphonic Evolution. I've definitely been to a lot of really cool ones. However, if there was one that I didn't get to go to that I wish I could go to, I think I'm on the fence between, like, Pokemon Center New York. Back when it was Pokemon Center New York, I think going there and physically using the Pokemon Center New York distribution machine would have been awesome. Like, that would have been so sick. I don't think that I could peak that in many ways, but I also feel like if I was able to go to Pokemon Festa, where they were giving away the Faraway Island map, and I had like video footage of me being at the Old Sea Chart Faraway Island map event, and like I had video proof of me being there, that would be really cool. Maybe like also Space World 2000, because Space World 2000 was the first time they ever released shinies, so like shiny Pokemon were part of the Space World demo for Gold and Silver. That would have been amazing. You live in New York, you wish you had gone more often. Still have some of the distribution mons from around when Box was on sale. Oh, Star Wars, that's so cool. Absol, Flygon, and Survivor. Have you backed those up anywhere? I'd love to make sure that like those are archived, because the honest, like there were so many events that happened at the Pokemon Center that some are still like in question whether or not they ever happened. Software for the distribution machines. So as it sits right now, one of my friends and a couple of other members of Project Pokemon are co-owners of the Pokemon Center New York distribution machine. They have been working for years on reverse engineering it, and they are in kind of like the final steps for releasing a one-to-one replica of the Pokemon Center New York distribution machine. When that finally is finished, we will probably then see like everything being released. As it sits right now, I know that somebody leaked the memory card dumps, but the actual software itself I don't think is public. As I said, right now it's kind of just they're waiting to get the one-to-one replicas produced. When that is done, I already have a promise that I will be one of the first people to be hands-on with the replica. I have been able to be hands-on in the past with the actual distribution machine itself. I got a 1 in 200 fully legitimate shiny Lugia from it. I also got a bunch of PCNY Pokemon that I tend to give away at events. And I'm looking forward to seeing it like become publicly available. You kind of miss going to Pokemon events. You used to travel to many European regionals back when you still played VGC and Gen 7. But after quitting competitive play during COVID, you haven't been back to any. I would definitely recommend like trying to give one a go. The regionals are super fun. If you're in the UK, like EUIC is always a blast. Pokemon Go Fests are fun for sure. Yeah, like I think the one thing that is the major takeaway from the next video that we have coming out, which will be our vlog from LA, that's coming out hopefully tomorrow. I think the one big thing to take away from it is that Pokemon is best shared with friends. And if you can find like friends to go to the events with, or like say you make some friends in the shiny hunting community and you can arrange meeting up and doing that in person, that is where Pokemon has the most value, in my opinion. Yeah, Rebel, I think like for learning how to make videos, I think it's very, I try to share this information when I can. Every video on my YouTube channel is 100% self-taught. I have never taken a course on video editing, video production in any way. So everything is like shot by me, edited by me. That's why some of the videos are not great. Sometimes the audio is jank, right? But everything is self-taught, and there's nothing stopping anyone from, I think, succeeding if you have interesting stories to tell. My biggest advice is if you want to make a YouTube video, tell a story. That's what people connect with. People connect with stories. YouTube. You. That's where it started, right? It was like, it's about you. Tell a story that's unique to you, and I think that people will follow. People will appreciate it and enjoy it. Something really special about watching the PokeTubers shiny hunt in IRL groups. You'd love to do that at least once. Yeah, well, at a lot of regionals, people have been doing like retro shiny hunting events. When I was in Milwaukee, we did 1 hour of shiny hunting to like, in this big group, there was like 30 of us all shiny hunting. That was really fun. I think that if you can arrange like going to a regional, in Europe, maybe nobody's doing retro shiny hunting events yet, but if you put it on Twitter, like people will come. People will come and shiny hunt. Make the event yourself. Host it. It'll be fun. Yo, Harry Dino. That's super cool. Booting up the old Wii U to get back on Rumble. Awesome. We love Rumble in here. Might be a surprise to some, but we love Pokemon Rumble in the Professor's Lab. You went to the one at the end of NAIC last year and it was super cool. Yeah. I'm definitely looking forward to doing a bunch of old gen stuff at Worlds this year. Oh, Poe, we might have crossed paths. I was at the NAIC in Columbus. That was the only NAIC I've ever been to. Are the batteries dead or live on these games? So I'm running live batteries so that I can get different frames on each of the saves. What I did was when I got to day 144, I saved... I saved on day 144 so that the Mirage Island would be unlocked. I took the battery out and I put the battery back in. So all of these are like hunting on day 1, January 1st or whatever. But with the live batteries, we get new seeds every minute, new frames and everything. And now I can leave the island and come back freely, even if like up until another 144 days have passed. Because the Mirage Island number won't change again until 144 days when everything catches back up. Oh, that's awesome, Melanie. Yeah, I usually have extra systems when I go, so I usually just hand them out to people who might not be able to like bring a Game Boy. I'd be like, you can just borrow one of mine. Oh, Spear, that's so cool. I got to meet Toby at Worlds when it was in London, very briefly. I was hanging out with Candy Evie, and she just like introduced me to Toby. I really didn't even know who Toby was. And then we went back to like just wandering around the venue. When you say Callum, is that you got to meet Underdog? Did you get to meet the Underdog 2020? Because if you did, I'm jealous. We've been meaning to go and meet up at some point. Well, Rumble is a very good game to go back and shiny hunt in, Dino. Can't go wrong with it. Hoodlum Scrafty, he went by at the time. Did he end up changing to Underdog 2020? I've never heard of Hoodlum Scrafty. Shrugs? Game Gaming is doing some DAs. Got Tapu Lele left to go for the Tapu quest. Underdog is someone else. Okay. I actually don't know. He changed to Hoodlum Callum later. I don't know too much about the old gen shiny hunting. Cal, it's DYAL is Underdog. True. True. I've been meaning to go and meet Cal. I want to go to Ireland someday so that Cal and I can do some Pokemon Rumble shiny hunting. He was actually one of the people that inspired me originally to shiny hunt Shadow Caesar, because he got shiny Shadow Cyndaquil, and he inspired us to shiny hunt the bosses in Pokemon Rumble. So Cal is huge. But yeah, I didn't know a lot of the old gen shiny hunters. I was recently doing research for a video where I had to go back and look for like shiny posts from about 2016, and it was interesting how different the community seemed back then. I think it was a little bit smaller and a little bit more tight-knit back in 2016. It would be cool to go back and like start shiny hunting back in that era, because back then I was definitely playing Pokemon, but I wasn't shiny hunting. Okay, we're coming up on 6K Y-Nuts today. Not too shabby. And yeah, Cali dude, I do prefer personally doing like hardware shiny hunting. Just because I think it's more unique. You know, I think that like the entire way of conceptualizing getting 30 systems set up is definitely a lot more interesting to me than just opening 30 emulation windows. But I don't have anything against it, but I do think it's I don't think it's a little lame to see like the people who will do like 30 times shiny hunting on emulator just because I don't feel like they earned it. Like, I'm not saying you have to spend a bunch of money to quote unquote like earn multi-hunting, but there's definitely like a lot of work, like outside of spending money on all the systems. There's a lot of work that had to go into organizing everything being like capture carded and, getting all the wires and everything ready. It's like, I feel like I put the work in to earn the multi-hunt, where it's just opening a bunch of emulators. It's like, did you do very much? And then they generally do it wrong. That's what drives me crazy. I don't even care about like multi-emulator hunters, whatever, right? But if you're gonna multi-emulator hunt, at least do it correctly. The people who just boot up the same save file on 8 emulators and then go crazy when they get like 3 shinies at the same time, drives me crazy. I wish that I was a mod of r/shiny Pokemon just so that I could ban posts where people are like posting, RNG clone shinies. Because a bunch of the top posts on r/shiny Pokemon this last year have been people like getting, OMG, I got 2 shinies at once. And it's like, yeah, They're the same shiny. You got one shiny, dude. Oh, yeah, if you speed up on your emulator, now I have a problem with it. Now you're even more lame. Underdog 2020 is from Ireland. I think most of his videos are unlisted now, but if you do want to check out one of his videos, it is linked in the description of our Azelf video on YouTube. The Lake Guardian Rumble video on YouTube does have one of Underdog's videos linked because it was a huge inspiration for us to hunt and Rumble. No, like, there's nothing wrong with emulator hunting. That's what I'm trying to say. Is like, I don't specifically feel like I don't hate emulators or emulator hunters. I just feel like if you're gonna do 30 times emulator hunting, it's definitely not the same sort of legitness. I also don't consider what we do all that legit anyways. You know? Like, it's... I don't know. I think that for some of, like, the crazy, like, last of its kind shiny hunts, like 1% Dragonair, I will be honest, if it's not done on hardware, I don't think I care. I don't think I'm going to count it. If somebody finds a 1% Dragonair and catches it on emulator, I'm not going to count it. I still think that, like, for some things, it'll need to be hardware for me. That being said, speaking of hardware, I gotta go pee. What does that have to do with anything? I don't know. I'll try to do a couple of encounters. If I find a shiny, we find a shiny, I guess. Yeah, I think Cal still like shiny hunts every once in a while. He responds to DMs, but he did unlist a lot of his original videos. Which is sad, but they're not, like, they're unlisted. There's still a playlist of them, so. Need to -1 encounter. One was still in battle. We won't worry about it. The other, like, I did a bunch of encounters at the hospital yesterday, so we're not going to worry about it. I was at the hospital for like 4 hours yesterday, so I definitely did quite a few encounters. Don't fret. Value of shinies is subjective anyways. It's true. It's true. I do love Absol's just like recording DSs with a camera. One of my favorite parts of our setup is we have the Starlight Children's Foundation GameCube kiosk, and that's just recorded with a camera. Like we just record the TV with the camera. I love that part because it feels like old-timey shiny hunting to me. Shiny hunting is always something you want to get into, but you see too many people with the multi-console setups that you feel demotivated by the feeling that you need to have many games at once to have a decent shot at not having to go for hundreds of hours. So here's my counter thought to that, right? Is I definitely think that the multi-hunting setup that we have has allowed us to do something that we wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. And realistically, what that is we can go for shiny hunts that we would never have tried otherwise. Right? Like, I wouldn't have ever tried to get a 1% shiny Chansey with like 2 or 3 systems. This pimple's driving me crazy. But with 30 game cubes, well, now it's actually feasible, right? But I think that if you just pick and choose what shiny hunts you want to do, like our setup allows us to do like any shiny hunt, whatever, right? But if you pick and choose, like, I want to do this shiny hunt because this Pokemon is special to me, or I want to do this shiny hunt because I think that this Pokemon is really unique, or this is a really interesting method of encountering Pokemon to me. You don't need to get 100 shinies. You just need to get the one, right? And if all you need to do is just get like the 1 or 2 shinies that you think are very unique to you, then you don't need crazy multi-hunting setups. And I think that that might be something that kind of gets lost with how easy shinies ended up being in the future. Like in the modern games, I played on the Switch 2 while I was in New York. And we got like 3 shinies in 30 minutes. And like in 45 minutes, we ended up with like 6, right? The thing about that is maybe people now think that like you're not a shiny hunter unless you like shiny hunt everything. You get like every shiny, now you're a shiny hunter. But I think that the whole point of shiny hunting is that you can potentially get a rare variant of a special Pokemon. That's why for me, like going for the Mirage Island Wynut is so special, because I think that like level 5 Wynut, the Mirage Island, all of it is so unique and so interesting, right? But it wouldn't necessarily be feasible like on one system to go and like I could do this hunt on one system. I would probably just get a Mirage Island Wynut in a Master Ball, right? I wouldn't go for the level 5. I'd be like, I'm gonna get a Wynut from the Mirage Island, I'll put it in a Master Ball. With multiple systems, now it's like, okay, I'll get a Wynut from the Mirage Island and I'll go for the low level one. But I think, yeah, if you want to get into shiny hunting and you're being held back by not having enough systems, just go for the ones that you think are cool. It'll be slower than like a big multi-hunter. I think a lot of multi-hunters, or like a lot of shiny hunters in general, hunt for things that aren't valuable to them. It's like they just shiny hunt for like, they will go to get their shiny living dex or whatever. That's fine. Do your shiny living dex if you want, but I think that you would have spent your time better doing, instead of 700 hunts in Scarlet Violet, do like 10 hunts of Pokemon that are actually super unique to you or super interesting to you, right? All the wave birds with all the receivers, all the GB players, and the game cubes. This is the highest level authentic shiny multi-hunting. Hats off, nothing but respect. Yeah, I mean, that being said, there's shiny hunters out here who have managed to like catch up. You know, we have 33 game cubes. I think right now that's still the highest number, but there's definitely people who are getting closer to catching up. And I'm okay with that. I don't think I need to push it any further, because realistically, like, I don't use it that much. So do I need to continue to push it? I don't think so. Yeah, badge quests definitely a thing. Like a lot of people will do like effectively single hunting by looking for a bunch of shinies on just a single save. I need to charge my phone. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna grab a Type C. Awesome. Phone plugged in. Phone no longer at 1%. Back to shiny hunting. Looking for them differently colored slimy Pokemon. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I kind of like single hunting. I used to, so here's what I used to do. I used to multi-hunt, or like multi-phone Pokemon Go. So I used to like do most of my Pokemon Go playing with 2 phones at once. And what I realized was I had more fun playing with 1 phone. It was easier to control, I didn't have to pay as much attention, it gave me more brain power to focus on like talking to friends, focusing on the environment, right? If you're single hunting, there's really nothing stopping you from just kind of like letting your fingers single hunt while you watch TV, or while you go for a walk, or whatever, right? Like there's so much you can do when single hunting that becomes much harder once you start multi-hunting, because it starts to require more and more and more of your brain power. Two systems for Safari Week is plenty. My brother did, I think, 2 systems Safari Week. Our first ever Safari Week, we found a shiny Krabby while we were trying to fish up Staryu for Illuminate. So we were fishing up Staryu to use Illuminate, so we would have higher encounter rates in the Safari Zone. We found shiny Krabby, and he did not find anything for the next week. That's the only Safari Week we've never like found a shiny during, or a shiny in the Safari, but it was really funny. It was like full odds single Krabby randomly. Huh. Trying to find a set of GameCube with Wavebird and player and everything without paying an arm and a leg is just so tough now. So tough. I do have 15 additional GameCubes. 16? I think I have 16 additional GameCubes sitting behind me. I have somebody who's interested in buying a bunch of them off of me, so I'll probably end up selling them. I've just been kind of like busy on that front, but yeah, we're gonna look into potentially selling a bunch of my extra GameCubes. It would be cool to keep them and do like even more systems. This is true. But do I need to? Is there any good reason to? Ooh, Beartic just picked up another one. Another GameCube. Another one. How many GameCubes? Oh, second, too. Duh. That's what you said. That's so that is one thing that I kind of don't have a great answer to, Salmon. I'll be honest, I don't know if anything in Ruby and Sapphire jump out at me as being particularly cool hunts in the Safari Zone. I think that Shuckle in Emerald. So Emerald Shuckle is definitely one of the coolest in my opinion. Ow. But I don't know. Like in Ruby and Sapphire, I don't even know what I'm going to hunt for Safari Week. I'll be honest, I don't know if anything is all that interesting to me. Part of it is just like, I want to set up Ruby and Sapphire so that we have more systems running. That's honestly it. Just to have more systems running. I don't even care what we get. Yeah, Melanie, so, COVID has definitely like massively increased the prices of things, which I hate. It sucks, right? There's two sides to the coin for me. One side, everything has gone up in value, which means that everything that I own has gone up in value massively. On the other side, it sucks because it means I can't buy as many more things, and it's harder for people to join me in buying cool things. You know, it's like 33 copies of Fire Red and Leaf Green used to be the sort of thing that was like $1,600, and now it's like $3,000. It's like doubled in value. Is that good? Is that bad? I don't know. Good for me, but also bad for me, because now it's more expensive if I want to get 34. I did have a Dreamcast. I gave it to a friend though. Like, I don't feel bad about giving stuff to friends. Like, we haven't really ever sold anything that we really regret. We had a Turbo Graphics that we sold for like $100 and something way back in the day. And the thing is, we could say like, oh man, we shouldn't have sold the Turbo Graphics. It's worth way more money now. But I know for a fact that we used that money to buy Pokemon. So it is what it is. And you have my diamond copy. If anybody is interested, I do have a list of like Pokemon games and things I'm willing to trade. It's in the Discord here. So if anybody has, so what I need is I need Gen 4 and 5 Pokemon games in any language other than English and Japanese. I think I pinned it. Oh, there's so many DMs here. Hardware discussion, probably. Pins. Yeah, okay, here it is. So this is kind of what I have as duplicates for trades. I have extra diamond, extra pearl, extra platinum, soul silver, black, white, black 2, black 2, black 2, black 2, black 2, black 2, white 2. I don't know, take a screenshot or it's pinned in the Discord. If there's any Gen 4 and 5 Pokemon games that you have that you want to trade for other ones, let me know, because I'm open to trades. I do not need this many duplicates. Not at all. Oh, I freaking hate this mouse. There we go. Unfortunate. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to travel to pick up the rest of the Gen 4 and 5 language set, because I have the full Gen 3 language set. And it's always kind of been a dream of mine to finish the language set for Gen 5, or Gen 4 and 5, but it's expensive. There's 9 games. There's 7 languages. Ah! Oh. Oh, I am so sorry for everybody's ears. Apparently we're sneezing. We are shiny hunting Mirage Island Wynut. So I recently put together a guide on how you can access the Mirage Island without needing any RNG manipulation or anything like that. So we are on the Mirage Island shiny hunting Wynut. Looking for that rare level 5. Gonna throw a Master Ball at it. Only way to get level 5 Master Ball Wynut in the entire series is right here. Gotta pull the trigger on some Japanese versions of Heart Gold Soul Silver for the Dittos and Different Natures. Heck yeah. What's really cool is for Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Korean is actually the best language to go for. Other than the fact that you can't trade with anything other than Korean. But the Korean games can actually use PAL Park for any language, because there was no Generation 3 Korean Pokemon games. They made it so that their PAL Park could bring up Pokemon from Japanese, English, Italian, Spanish, German, French. I think that's all of them. Or English. The downside is, none of the other games have Korean language support, which means you can't trade Pokemon to them. You can use the GTS, but they do not load any of the characters correctly. Still pretty cool, though. Well, the reason they can't trade is because the Korean games were released so far after all of the other localizations that they just didn't think there was going to be Korean characters in Gen 4. The Gen 4 Korean games came out much later, which is why they don't have support. Yeah, there was like 2 super late print runs of Gen 4 and 5. Korea had the latest localized releases, and then the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, had extremely late print runs of their games as well. I have a sealed copy of Pokemon Black 2 that I got for $70 back in the day from the UAE, which was a good deal for just a copy of Pokemon Black 2, let alone sealed. It is something that I am looking probably to sell so that I can use the money from selling the UAE copy to buy other copies of Pokemon Black 2. I think that if I sell one UAE sealed copy of Black 2, I should be able to buy like 2 other languages. Kind of a 1-for-2 trade. I also have 2 sealed copies of French Pokemon Black. My hope is that if I was to like trade those, I would be able to kind of go up a game or 2, right? Trade like 1 sealed copy of Pokemon Black for 2 non-sealed copies. Because right now, the way that it stands is I need 32 more Gen 4 and 5 games to finish the set. 32! Freaking lot of Gen 4 and 5 Pokemon games. Oh, I just got Shinoed somehow. It's like out of my peripheral vision, I thought that that Wynut was purple. Still so happy that we're here hunting for Wynut. beyond interesting facts, you've shiny hunted for your starters in Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Leaf Green, working on Fire Red now. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Leaf Green was one of the first games I ever tried shiny hunting in. I tried looking for shiny Bulbasaur. I did a couple thousand resets, and I gave up. And then when I finally started the Professor Rex's challenge, I ended up like reclaiming, in a way, you know, it's like I finally finished the hunt that I had put off for 10 years. I felt pretty good. I was pretty happy about that. I haven't done too many shiny starters, really. Just those 3. Is that true? Yeah. The only shiny starters I've ever done were in Fire Red and Leaf Green. And I guess like I RNG'd for Trico. That doesn't count though. Ooh, we have passed 3 kilowatt hours. We're now up to like 35 to 40 cents of electricity used by the shiny hunt so far. You don't really enjoy shiny hunting. You found out you love the RNG aspect of Pokemon. Never stopped since. Totally valid. Dude, I love all of the theory and everything that goes behind RNG manipulating Pokemon games. I think that it's super interesting. And I think that it does... So, by learning how to RNG years ago, it definitely expanded my understanding of how the games work, right? So I have this like deep understanding of what I am doing by shiny hunting. And it also means that I have a better understanding of like why some things work, why some things don't, right? I think that learning how to RNG manipulate is a great way to just expand your enjoyment of the games. And that's great. That's what we're here to do. Just keep having fun with games from 20 years ago. Wanted your opinion. You have an original red from 98 backed up. You want to bring your starter forward to make a Ribbon Master. So, I used to actually be one of the moderators of r/Pokemon Ribbons. A Pokemon from a physical hardware copy of Pokemon Red and Blue is not eligible for the Ribbon Master Hall of Fame. Now that being said, you can make a Ribbon Master even if it won't go into the Hall of Fame. That's fine. And there's kind of 2 ways that I think people tend to do it. So, okay, you're trying the best method to bring them forward, but using Poke Transporter, Game Boy, or by injecting the save file into Red VC. Yeah, so I think that, like, the most legitimate way is if you wanted to take your Pokemon, you would have a 100%, like, legal, there you go. You would have a legal Pokemon if you were to take your Pokemon from a physical copy of Pokemon Red and inject it into a virtual console save file, and then bring it into Pokemon Bank through Poke Transporter. That creates 100% legal Pokemon. There aren't too many ribbons to get from like Gen 7, 8, and 9, so you are kind of limited in that respect, where you'd only be able to get ribbons from Sun and Moon, Sword and Shield, Scarlet Violet, right? No. So original games is Gen 3 and onward. Any physical hardware Gen 1 or 2 Pokemon are locked in physical Gen 1 or Gen 2, unfortunately. Yeah, I think, and then it just is up to you. Like, there is somebody who created like software for moving a Pokemon from Gen 1 to Gen 3. Or you could just like recreate your Pokemon in PK Hex and put it into a copy of Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. Like, there's plenty of ways that you could go about it. Regardless of how you do it, you're going to end up with a non-legitimate Pokemon. If you go through Gen 1 VC, you end up with a legal Pokemon. I think it just comes down to personal preference on how you want to go through the journey. Yeah, it's important that Smokeball goes through Shadow Tag, because in Gen 3, Shadow Tag does not supersede Shadow Tag. In Gen 4, Shadow Tag doesn't affect other Shadow Tag users, but in Gen 3, it was possible to create like infinite battles using Wynut and Wobbuffet. That's why Wobbuffet, I think, is like banned from Ubers, because you can end up with infinite battles. Hypothetical, the secondhand Pearl you bought has all 493 shinies level 100. Naturally, this is nothing worth preserving. It's gonna wipe. Yeah. Yeah, like a hacked save like that is a dime a dozen. You could make the exact same thing using third-party tools in a couple of hours if you wanted to just do it by hand. None of that's legit. I would say just like, yeah, wipe the save if you want. Start fresh. Sure, like you said, you know it isn't legit. You wouldn't be able to submit to the Hall of Fame. Just stuck trying to decide what method to do. I think if it was me, I would probably go for the legal side of it. I would go for the Virtual Console version. Aquatic, thank you for the lurk. We love our lurkers. Regardless of what Nightbot says, we love the lurkers. Yeah, Star Wars. If it was me, I would probably go like the legal way, or yeah, the legal way, through VC, and I might even like, if I really wanted to have some fun with it. Oh my god. Oh well. I have been saving, apparently I've been saving a screenshot on every single encounter that we've done. I didn't even realize that the hotkey was set up that way. Oh my gosh, there's going to be hundreds of screenshots in that folder now. Yeah, like I personally will back up, like I back up a save. If I bought a used copy of a game, I'll back up a save. I have a folder of like saves that aren't mine. And I still think that they're kind of fun to look at, especially games that have wonder cards in them. Like it's cool to look at the wonder cards that they had in their save file, stuff like that. But for the most part, I don't really care that much about other people's Pokemon. Like, I don't tend to even really bother that much with trading for Pokedex entry or completion in Pokemon Go. I'll trade for PvP stats on Pokemon, but like trying to add a regional to my Pokedex or something like that, I don't really bother in Pokemon Go because I prefer having my own Pokemon. You know, it's like I caught it, and that makes it special to me, right? Most other people's Pokemon, I don't care. There's probably some Pokemon I would make exceptions for, like if somebody was offering me a Pokemon with like a backstory, I would probably like to hold on and preserve it, but I don't know. I gotta do another top 10 rarest Pokemon in my collection video. I really, really liked making that one the last time, and I definitely have 10 more Pokemon I could tell stories about. I wonder what they would be, though. I mean, I don't know what they would be. We have roaming legendaries from Pokemon Go. The Hoenn ones this time instead of the Johto ones. What 10 Pokemon have I added to my collection since then? I have my World's Serena. I think that one's cool just because, like, that's the only time I think the Pokemon Company is ever going to give me any acknowledgement. Was that 1 year for Hawaii Regionals. I really think that moving forward, like, I'm probably just never going to get another present or gift or invite from the Pokemon Company again. So that's probably up there in my 10 cool Pokemon. I don't know. I'd probably have to sit down and like really think about it. What cool Pokemon we've added to the collection since that last video. That's super cool. Yeah, the wild Lake Guardians from Gen 4 are sick. I'm glad that they still spawn. I've never got to find one for myself in the wild, but I'm glad they still exist. That's so cool. Cali dude, congrats. Congrats on the random, like, Azelf. Congrats on the random shiny Cyndaquil, Gloom, and Golbat. 2 shinies in a playthrough is awesome. I actually found a shiny on my first ever playthrough, which is pretty sick. There's a bunch of illegal items. The red chain key item. Hoot Hoot and a Dusk Ball from Kanto. No, that could be possible. Right? Like, if it didn't travel through time and space. If it's just from Kanto as in Johto, you can do that. Like, you can get it in Heart Gold Soul Silver. It comes out of trees in Heart Gold Soul Silver's Kanto Headbutts, I believe. Cora, it's good to see you. How you doing? Oh, Aquatic found shiny, wild shiny Mesprit. That's so cool. I gotta grind more Pokemon Go, but I don't live close to a lake. I'm not like within spawn range, but I think they extended it quite a bit for where they can spawn, and there's more than one in the world at a time now. Pretty sure Dustball was added in Gen 4. Pokemon that come from HGSS to Sinnoh are faraway land. The more you know. I guess I don't know. I don't know everything. Shiny Bellspout. Hell yeah, shiny Bellspout. You know what? I am briefly just going to... I'm going to call a friend real quick. I'm enjoying the shiny hunt here with everybody, but I realize I haven't seen a friend in a while. I'm going to see if he wants to go out and get dinner tonight. This bitch didn't answer. Yo, bro. What you up to tonight? You want to go get some food? There we go. I'm feeling chicken wings. Bro, yeah, I said a friend. As in, I don't know, as a male friend from high school. And I call all the homies bro. Here, I'll text somebody else. You'll be able to see. Oh, he's responding. Hey bro, do you think that it's okay if I have a little bit of a meal? Can you provide? Question mark. Hey Siri, text George. What are your plans this weekend? Okay, there we go. Getting things planned out. You never got to play Pokemon Go. Your phone was too old to run it during 2016. Now even now you don't have data. You just use Wi-Fi with prepaid call cards. I actually didn't own a cell phone until they announced Pokemon Go. The day that they made the trailer for, or they released like the trailer for Pokemon Go, I bought a phone on eBay. I got an HTC One M9. And then my friends and I played a bunch of Ingress, waiting for Pokemon Go to come out. And then I installed Pokemon Go the day it came out. Like, the only reason I got a cell phone was to play Pokemon Go. I didn't own a cell phone throughout all of high school. I was already graduated high school when I bought a cell phone finally. I just wanted to play Pokemon Go. And then I also got a phone to play Pokemon Go, and I installed Tinder. And I swiped my V card, and then I met a girl on Tinder using the following pickup line. Pickup line was, "Hey girl, does this CP make you wet?" And I included a picture of my 2100 CP Vaporeon. And then we dated for 7 months, and then she cheated on me. That bitch. But the bright side is, when Pokemon Go came out, I broke my leg, and then I had a cast on, and we put the Instinct logo on my cast, and that's how I made friends. I made friends because I had the big Instinct logo on my cast while I was in my first year of university. Thought I was Alpha Rad for a second. I feel like that's a compliment. I feel like people tend to think that Alpha Rad is an attractive lad. My hair is not quite white enough for it, but... Hello? Hello? Hello, bonjour? A random scam call or something. Oh yeah, scam call. Hello? See if they pick up. No answer. I actually honestly love scam calls. I love getting scam calls when I have nothing better to do. Like when I was, so I drove from Texas back to Toronto because I needed to pick up my brother's dog from Dallas. And we had to drive the dog all the way from Dallas to Chicago to Toronto, right? And I got this scam call, and I kept them on the line for like an hour and a half. I was just driving. I had nothing better to do than to waste this guy's time. And I kept them on the line for an hour and a half. It was so fun. And the benefit is, by wasting an hour and a half of their time, they didn't have an hour and a half to actually try and scam a real person. Absolblog said to deal with a scam call in the Silver Oak Challenge. You're going to assume it's part of the PokeTuber experience? Dude, part of everybody's experience. If you get a scam call and you immediately ignore it, you're boring. You're basic. If you have nothing better to do, get them on the line and waste their time. It's so fun. Dude, Kit Boga, absolute legend. Goated with the sauce. I wanted to do like I wouldn't have any of the useful skills needed to do a good job of it. Dude, Cali dude.
Dude, one followed and the lab has grown.
Dude. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. If you're watching on Twitch and you haven't caught it yet, my name is Professor Rex, certified professor of Pokemon, someone with more Y-nuts than brain cells, and you've entered the Professor's Lab. Professor Rex's Pokédex. Rex. I made a custom theme for the Pokemon Rescue 3DS that plays the Professor Rex's Pokédex theme song in the background. Kind of pog. Welcome on into the twitch.television, Cali dude. Thank you for joining us. If you're watching on Twitch or you're watching on YouTube and you haven't hit subscribe or follow or whatever the button is, be sure to smack that button so you get notifications the next time we're looking for differently colored Wynut. Or this weekend, I will be looking for 3 family mousehold in a Cherish Ball. I'm going to be redeeming a bunch of the birthday Tandemouse. If you're in the stream watching, I'll do a giveaway of a few of them as well. So make sure you're following, make sure you got those notifications on. My friend likes Alpharad. I've only ever watched Alpharad videos at my friend's house. And I have never met Alpharad. I've been in Alpharad's presence a few times. Maybe someday, Professor Rex will be famous enough to finally meet Alpharad. But the honest to goodness truth is, I don't really care that much about becoming friends with other content creators. I just want to be friends with people who are friendly. Riolu like bread, thank you for the follow over on twitch.tv. If you haven't caught it, my name is Professor Rex, certified professor of Pokemon, someone who plays with his Wiis on the weekend, and you've just entered the Professor's Lab. Professor Rex's Pokédex. Like a very substantial chunk of my Pokemon friends are not content creators. And I think that the trap that a lot of content creators fall into is like they start only being friends with other content creators. So like their entire, like the people that they're friends with are just like other content creators. And I'm just happy to be friends with people who are friendly that I'm friends with, you know? And I think that a lot of content creators are kind of shallow. Like a lot of the content creators that I've bumped into and like rubbed elbows with, it feels like you can tell some of them are just networking, right? I don't want networking friends. Screw that. I have better things to do. I want real friends. Heck yeah, Simon. Okay. Gonna shiny hunt during the stat trainer segments for double encounters. Cool. Did you know that in Gen 3 and 4, using Synchronize actually changes your shiny rates? If you wanted to get better shiny rates, I have a guide for it. I don't know. I guess we'll see if the command works. I don't have a command for it. Exclamation point Synchronize might be a command. Might give you the guide on how to increase and or decrease your shiny rates with Synchronize. Really enjoyed watching me with the other content creators in the recent Hidden Power podcast. Great discussion. You see, that's the secret. The secret is, out of the 4 of us, 3, 4 or 5, out of the 5 of us in the in the Hidden Power podcast episode, like 3 of us are super cool friends. Oh yeah, obviously it wouldn't work on YouTube. I have no commands on YouTube. Huh. This is a good point. This is a good point. Exclamation point.
Spear MKW followed and the lab has grown.
Exclamation point. Nice. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. I'm going to open up Discord and get the link from Discord because I know where it is there. No, not that. It's Fire Week information. There we go. Oh, which one is this? Huh. I guess I don't have the explanation of how that works. Also, that link might be broken. If you're interested in it, perhaps DM me on Discord. I might need to like upload the doc properly. It's a video that I've been meaning to make for a long time and just have not gotten to. What were we discussing? Oh yeah, the Hidden Power podcast. So Shiny Collector and Professor Polytoad, like those 2 guys are 2 of my favorite people in the whole world. We were all staying together for PAX, and LJ looked at us and he was like, guys, I came to an interesting realization recently. I think you guys are my best friends. Which was really sweet. And they are genuinely some of my best friends in the world. And those are people that I'm not friends with because they're content creators. I'm friends with because we're friends and they're friendly. The second link might work. If the first link didn't because I put an apostrophe at the end of the link. The second link should work, but I can go over how I broke my hand in a bit. But yeah, Dusty was also super nice. I will definitely be going through the backlog of the Hidden Power podcast. Dusty was super nice. He reached out when he heard that my arm was broken. Just like an overall really, really nice guy. I would definitely be open to working with him in the future. Also far more professional than me or any of my friends, so that's always good. But yeah, I mean, the honest to goodness truth is there's like some content creator Pokemon Discord with like 50 people that I am excluded from. They say that they need like 100% approval to let anybody new into the group, and they held a vote and I was not voted in. So for reasons like that, I just don't want to bother myself with like trying too hard to be friends with content creators. I have found that the easiest way to make friends is to just be yourself and just be nice. And like the other thing is, dude, look, I grew up in the early 2000s. I am an ally. I am supportive, and I love, like, so many of my friends are anything but straight, right? But I will be the first to admit that, like, not every single thing that comes out of my mouth is always PG and will forever be PG. So I thought that I was friends with a content creator, and we were going to an event. I thought we were friends. I thought they were cool. I invited them to a Discord that we were using for like planning our after Pokemon Go evening. And we were planning on going to a club, and I asked like, hey, if anybody could be my wingman, you know, nobody sat on my face in a while. Look. Is it the best thing to say? No. But I thought it was being said in a group of friends. And this content creator took a screenshot and like posted it in a bunch of places and called me a disgusting, like, misogynistic pig. And it's things like that that make me realize, like, dude, I don't even want to be friends with a bunch of, like, the terminally online people. There's too many people that are terminally online. And I'm just like, I don't want to be your friend. Because if that offends you, like, grow up. Chill out. So if you ever see that brought against me, everybody, now you know the context. The context was in a group of 15 people who I thought were my friends, all discussing going to the club. And, yeah, I don't know. So I was voted out of this content creator community, I think for that, and also because I was told that some people had an issue with the fact that I archive rare relics, you know? They don't like the fact that some of the things that I own were obtained in less than legal means. Oh well. Oh well. Would this be the first recorded shiny Ynut from here? Definitely not the first. There's people who have come to the Mirage Island in the past. However, I don't know if any of the Mirage Island Ynuts that have been caught previously were the level 5 one. And that is specifically the one that I'm after, is the rare level 5 Ynut. It is the lowest level wild Ynut has ever been available. And that's what we're after. Sounds like a bunch of pretentious twats. Which relics? Look. There was one relic that was blurred out in the most recent, or in like the video on getting all of the Lake Guardians in Pokemon Rumble. We blurred out one relic. There was a lot of other relics in that video that definitely should have been blurred out. I'll say that much. If you go look through the portion of that, like, sweeping shot of the lab, I can list a couple of things that were obtained with less than legal means. GoFest 2019 banner. GoFest Fairy banner from 2022? I think that's 2022. World's Flags from London. Pokemon Go Safari Zone Montreal banner. I don't think it made it into the shot, but the 15-foot Pokemon Go Fest 2022 banner, so that must be 2023, the Fairy banner, on the ceiling. Blistering Sands Las Vegas Tour banner. Yep. There are many less than legally obtained relics in the lab, and I'm fine with it, because I like preserving Pokemon history. I think I stem from just a different breed of Pokemon fans. We preserve Pokemon history no matter the cost. And I've been friends with Pokemon researchers who've had the same mentality for a long time. And Dean, that is exactly the conversation I've had with employees of events in the past, and they've agreed with me. They're like, you know what, you're right. I would rather see this, like, preserved than just destroyed. And to be fair, some of the stuff that we have is restored. Like, we took stuff out of dumpsters and, like, stitched it back together and stuff. You were surprised recently that your phone corrected the word shunting, and then you realize it's a real word. Oh yeah, it is. True. Like, a shunt is something that you would use to jimmy a lock, right? I mean, Cora, look, I have to say that we took inspiration from the one and only Cora Baskerville. Haxorus, the old-timey Pokemon preservationist, was an inspiration to me back in the day. I am here for preserving Pokemon history. You have stuff that was acquired less than legitimately? That's fine. Like, I don't know. Honestly, for all I know, TPCI could have like rejected our application for the Worlds invite this year for like any reason. It could have been the NDev, the Dev Wii. It could have been the Wii kiosk. Like, it could have been any number of things. I'm done with like trying to pretend like that stuff isn't interesting to me, right? I don't want to pretend like the NDev development Wii is not freaking sick, okay? I don't want to pretend like using official Nintendo software to like duplicate shinies isn't freaking cool. Because it is. Sorry, not sorry. And I think if the most recent video is anything to go by, like, people are fascinated by Pokemon's history. And I'm going to keep preserving it. I'm going to keep preserving it because I think that, you know what, maybe we'll be more brash with what we show off from the Labs collection in the future. Well, you would love to work with Spike Chunsoft on the Mystery Dungeon Wiki. At the same time, you like not being beholden to anybody by their bullshit. This is true. And this is exactly why Kyle and I have just said, you know what, we got invited to Worlds once. That was our goal. We got invited as content creators once. We did it. We did the thing. I'm not going to worry about it in the future. We're just going to keep doing what we want to do. I'm going to do my own thing. That's a Spider-Man quote, right? I'm going to do my own thing. But yeah, I don't know. Being excluded from communities, being excluded from the events, being excluded from this and excluded from that, I was letting it weigh on me. And it's stupid to let it do that. Rebel, that sounds super fun. Enjoy your magic Pokemon or your magic cards. I was gonna say magic Pokemon cards, but that's different things. Enjoy playing your magic cards, have fun. That sounds like an awesome way to spend the night. Yeah, I mean, the thing, so for me, Cora, it was like, I got excluded from this big community specifically made for, like, content creators to share information and resources and help each other. And I was excluded because one person had a problem with, I guess there was one person had a problem with that one comment I made about consenting adults going to a club and getting wingmanned. Whatever. And the other comment, or the other reason, was that, like, people were not pleased with the fact that a couple of the things I have were not obtained legitimately. And it's like, okay, fine. I will continue to be friends with cool people then. That's actually,
Like
yeah, that's
me.
the biggest thing. I'm just gonna be friends with cool people. That's what we want.
Hello?
And I have so many cool people to play Pokemon with. We're having so much fun. Dude, and I've been really happy, like, the Discord has been kind of popping. I'm really pleased with just like the fact that I get to go and check Discord and there's messages in it every day. It's so nice. If you're not in the Discord, go and join that. Discord community is cool. Oh look, Lemons is in voice chat. And and I haven't been able to hear him. Hopefully nobody else has been able to hear Lemons this whole time. 1 second. Discord audio. Lemons, can you try talking for a second?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. I can hear you
I'm
now.
checking a Machamp right now. I think I just had 2 in a row that were
Ooh.
checkable.
IV check, IV check.
No good.
Don't worry, Lemons behaved properly on stream. Everyone said, did you just join? Okay.
I did, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I had unplugged my microphone and plugged it back in, so a bunch of the audio monitoring through OBS was not working properly. So it's like the whole, you have to like turn off audio monitoring and turn it back on, and then it works again.
I've been there.
Been there, we've all been there. It's a classic moment.
A canon event, maybe.
I can't. Dude, the most canon event is when you're having a conversation with your friends and you talk for 5-10 minutes and it sounds like they're responding to you. Like I've had this before where it's like it seems like you're part of the conversation, you know? Just to realize that your mic has been muted for 10 minutes and nobody's heard a single thing that you've said, and they're like grunts of approval just happened to coincide with you saying things. Canon event though, to realize that your contribution to the conversation was negligible regardless. Well, Cora, it's the month in which everybody gets to exist this month. For 30 days, you know, finally. Bisexual people, gay people, transgendered people, and everybody else, they get to exist for 30 days before everybody starts pretending like they don't exist again. So this is your month, Cora. You've got it.
Couldn't we have picked a month with 31 days?
Is it 31 days?
It was off limit. I
It's
don't know.
30
Are there
days
31
this
days in June?
No, I think
I
it's just
believe that's
30.
correct. We should have
30
picked
days.
July.
Yeah, you needed more days. Then again, I don't know if I could have handled even one more day. Spear, great hanging out. Thank you so much for dropping into the stream today. Get yourself some good rest. We will be live again soon. So, don't worry, you're not going to miss anything. Even if we find a shiny, there's so many more shiny Wynets to find. Like, it says Mirage Monday up there. It is Thursday, but this will be a recurring hunt, so it'll come back on Mirage Mondays. So don't you worry. Would it be different if somebody procured items and then you bought them on eBay or something? Wonder if those people would say it's fine then. That is why, in the most recent video, the flag that I showed was one that I have proof of buying on eBay. Can't judge me now, can you? Then again, the thing is, it's illegal to buy stolen merchandise regardless.
Yes.
Like I think it's like, yeah, just owning stolen things is illegal. Regardless of how you obtained it, buying things that you know are stolen is still illegal.
Definitely wrong.
But perhaps more morally permissible than stealing it yourself. Don't know. I don't really bother myself with such philosophical questions. As somebody who studied philosophy for 3 years, it's beyond me. Callie dude, did you actually ask how I control 8 games at once? Because I feel like you know. Didn't you talk about Wavebirds earlier? To be fair, there are plenty of distribution cards out there being sold and exchanged. To be fair, there are plenty of content creators who were allowed into the exclusive content creator group who knowingly own stolen distribution cartridges. I don't care, whatever. How does the controller sync with all 8 games? Well, the Wavebird has... So yeah, I'm using Wavebirds. The Wavebird has wireless receivers that receive a radio signal sent by the GameCube controller. The GameCube controller, since it's just RF, doesn't like make a handshake like a Bluetooth connection would. So you can send the radio signal from one controller to as many receivers as you want. Dean says double standards. Double standards indeed. Lemons, do you think there's enough Wavebirds that were manufactured that there would be like theoretically a limit to how many Wavebirds you'd be able to use? Like, do you think that the number of Wavebird receivers that were created would fit into like the cube of potential range of a Wavebird controller?
Well, it would be a sphere, right? Not a cube.
Sure. Okay, that's fair. The sphere of influence of the Wavebird controller. Would you be able to fit every Wavebird receiver ever made in there if you use like GameCube extension cables and ran them to systems outside of the sphere? We know for a fact that the sphere of influence at least goes through a concrete wall to the hot tub.
Yeah.
That seems to, but then like if we're stacking a bunch of Wavebird receivers, we have to worry about like them getting on, you know, being in front of each other, interfering with one another, right?
I think possibly the number you could fit in that area.
Do you think it's more or less than the number of Wavebirds made?
I think it's more than the number of Wavebirds made. Because that's a big volume, I feel like.
It is. I agree.
Yeah.
How
So the
many
limit's
Wavebirds
probably the number that exists and not the number you can fit in that volume.
Does anybody know?
Anyway, I've got him a champ I could check.
Ooh, we got a Ricky. Does anybody know how many Wavebirds were sold, though? We can definitely say it would be less than the number of GameCubes sold, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, how many GameCubes were sold? I just accidentally searched how many Gabe.
How many, Gabe?
How many GameCubes were sold? 21.74 million GameCubes.
That seems low.
That is... You know what? That's AI overview. Let's take that with a grain of salt.
Fair.
Not worldwide, 21.7 million GameCubes. The GameCube was like an underperformer, though. Remember that, right?
That's true. It was.
So let's say there's one Wavebird for every GameCube, which is definitely a gross overestimate, right?
Yeah.
What is the volume of a Wavebird receiver? Let me take a look here. I'm going to use the measurement tool from the phone. Measure.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll measure the Wavebird receiver. So we got from here to here. It's 50 centimeters across. Okay. And then we also have yeah, we got a point there. This is not working very well. There we go. By Dude, this thing sucks. It's trying to measure it like in 3D. I just want to measure like the distance. Okay. Now it says it, that makes more sense. So it's 6 meters across, or 6 centimeters across, which makes way more sense than 50 centimeters. By... Oh, it was giving me millimeters, that's why. Okay. And then the height. By 5. You know what? We'll just say it's... We'll say that they're a 5 centimeter by 5 centimeter by 5 centimeter cube. Okay?
Okay.
Can somebody do the math? How in what is the volume of 21 million Wavebird receivers, assuming that each Wavebird receiver has a volume of 5 centimeters cubed? And then we can
No,
probably
25 cubic centimeters, right? Or no, that'd be 125 cubed.
Oh right, sorry, yeah.
5 by 5 by 5.
5 by 5 by 5.
2.7 million?
No, because 1 square centimeter is 1 by 1 by 1.
Yeah.
So 5 centimeters cubed is 5 by 5 by 5.
5 by 5 by 5, which is 125.
But you don't do centimeters. Yeah, you do. You're right. 1 by 1 by 1 is so much different than you do 2 by 2. Yeah, okay. So 125 centimeters cubed times 21 million of them is what's the volume of that?
$2.6 billion
Okay.
cubic centimeters.
And then we'll have ChatGPT do the math, because everybody knows ChatGPT is the best at math.
It's a calculator.
You said what? 2.6 billion?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the diameter of a sphere with a volume of 2.6 billion centimeters cubed? $17 meters in diameter, meaning that you would only need to have like the Wavebird signal being picked up by about like no more than 9 meters away, which is totally doable.
Oh yeah, diameter. Yeah, 9 meters
Yeah.
sounds reasonable.
So I would say that we can definitely say for sure that the limit of how many systems you can control with one Wavebird controller is the upper limit of how many Wavebird receivers exist.
Wow, we really accomplished something today.
Look at what we've done.
Look at what we did.
Did your Ricky become shiny?
No, but I've got a different one that can be shiny.
Ooh, you're getting some good luck on your checks today.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
not this
turning
one.
shiny, but you're at least getting to check them.
Yeah.
Have you had very many that go past the first like 3 vitamins?
No, just the one when we were in a call together.
It's tough. It's rough out here for a Machamp hunter. I might just set up a second system.
Could be worth it.
Would be worth it. I mean, realistically, I'll probably just use Delta and like do another playthrough of Yellow in my spare time. Perfect pooping opportunity, you know? Just sit there and speedrun Pokemon Yellow on the toilet.
The annoying thing is getting all the vitamins.
Yeah, you just need to get enough money, which you can get by speedrunning the game and killing things, you know?
Yeah.
I did definitely learn from the last time that we attempted to get enough vitamins that using Payday is just not worth it. Payday is so bad in Gen 1. Shout out to Machamp. Gotta be one of my favorite genders. Do you have a parade that you're heading to this month anywhere, Lemons?
I haven't checked. I did one a couple years ago, but it's Tennessee and it's hot, and I had to leave early.
True. I have the benefit,
So-
like, Toronto Pride is usually pretty poppin'. I'll probably try to go, but it's also nowhere near as hot here. I'm excited for when I finally get my cast off all the way and I get to observe how much of a tan line it's given me. That'll be really fun. I'll have tan arm and pale arm. It is crazy. The stream PC and everything needed to shiny hunt has used like 3 times more power than the 8 Wii's. Now we know.
Yeah. Now you know.
Now you know. I am super happy with how the system for calculating how much electricity we're using has come through. I think it's so cool. I'm really excited for Safari Week because we'll be able to keep track of like how much electricity all of the GameCubes plus all of the Wii's use over the course of the weekend or over the course of the week. That'll be sick.
Safari Week starts
Friday the
20th?
Yes.
Sick.
Sick.
I will have to set a reminder for myself to set up.
Me too. I gotta move all of our saves around. Our intention was to get our Professor Rex's challenge to the Safari Zone before Safari Week, but Kyle and I have not done a whole lot of shiny hunting. He has like 300 Grimers seen out of the potentially 8,000 that we need.
Yeah.
Realistically, we are exactly as close to unlocking the Safari Zone on the Professor Rex's challenge as we were last year.
Yeah, that's true.
Great. Good job, Rex. It's okay. The Mirage Island is definitely going to help with that, getting us closer, right?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, you'll have, you'll be able to, like... Oh, I was gonna say trade yourself a lychee berry, but you can't trade.
You can trade it to a game that's already complete, and then trade it from... So you can trade it to, like, a completed Fire Red, and then from a completed Fire Red to a non-completed Fire Red.
Well, then, yeah, that'll definitely help.
I mean, I also already had access to unlimited lychee berries, though. The Zigzagoon disc gives unlimited lychee berries. Cali Dude, Lol Lemons, and I have been shiny hunting the level 5 trade Machamp in Pokemon Yellow. You have to breed a Cubone in Gold and Silver, and then trade it using the time capsule back to Yellow. And then you can trade that level 5 Cubone for a level 5 Machamp. I guess you trade it for a level 5 Machoke, and then it evolves.
Yeah.
Do you know that you can get No Guard Fisher from this?
I think that's not true. I think they specifically
No.
gave it...
No, you get Fisher in Gen 1 as a legal move, and you get your hidden ability
Yeah.
when you move it up. I'm pretty sure I'm right. I also could be very wrong. Rayquaza, how's it going? Welcome on into the Professor's Lab. My name is Professor Rex. This
No,
is
yeah,
Lol Lemons.
That's it. And I'm not a professor. No Guard is one of its regular abilities. Its hidden ability is Steadfast.
Oh, I mean,
Remember they specifically changed some of them to always get their hidden ability to prevent that.
but you can still ability capsule it.
Yeah, but I think at that point it automatically changes to level up moves, right?
No.
Once it goes to home.
Nope. Home only goes to level up moves when you change it out of. You can still get illegal moves in Sword and Shield.
Okay, yeah, then maybe in Sword and Shield.
Yeah, it only changes to level up moves when you move it to Scarlet Violet, Legends Arceus, but you get illegal. You can bring like any of your bank moves into Sword and Shield, because home creates like the Sword and Shield profile when it moves from bank to home.
Gotcha.
There's no way to get no guard Machamp, says Star Wars. Then what am I talking about?
I
probably just making stuff up.
maybe it doesn't get to keep that when it goes to Sword and Shield.
Or is no guard? You say no guard's one of its normal abilities, right?
Yeah.
And it gets its.
Oh, maybe
ability when it comes
ability
out.
capsule. Maybe ability capsule's one way. Or not
but
ability
no,
capsule.
you can't
Ability
get rid
patch.
of. I think that's the thing. You can't get rid of a hidden
Yeah.
ability with the ability capsule. in
Ability
Sword and
patch
Shield.
is one way. That's true.
Yeah, I think once you have the hidden ability, you can't get rid of it.
I think so.
And then Machamp isn't in Sword and Shield, so you could have it. No,
That's
you can't
it.
have it. Okay, that's
Yeah.
what locks you out of it. Is it's not.
Because I think that was a
ability.
specific. I think that was a specific one that Game Freak intentionally tried to prevent you from getting.
Ability patch is two ways, says Star Wars. Do you?
Oh,
get
it
ability-
is. Well, I guess
ability
it's.
patch
I
in-
guess it's not.
But ability patch is not in Sun and Moon, is it?
No,
It's a
They
Sword
added
and
it in,
Shield exclusive.
in Sword and Shield
Because you
DLC.
got ability capsule in Sun and Moon, which just to let you.
That might have been an
switch between-
XY.
Right. Okay. Well, you got ability capsule, but you can't use the ability capsule to get rid of hidden ability. You can only use the ability capsule to switch between regular abilities, right?
Yes.
That's why you can't get.
An ability
no
patch
guard
gives you hidden.
Fisher Machamp.
Yes.
Wop wop.
And then it's not in Sword and Shield.
Well, you can still get Fisher Machamp without no guard,
That's true.
which is kind of cool. I'm definitely gonna try to put Fisher on mine. Yeah, Ray, of course I kept the cast. I keep most of my casts. I just haven't, like, I have to tear all of the fabric out of it because it's kind of gross to keep the fabric part of a cast. So I'm just going to keep the fiberglass side of it. But I kept it. They did cut a big hole right through Keely's wiglet, but that is okay.
Oh. Did they draw one on there?
Yeah, I got the yellow cast so that when I went to GoFest, I'd have instinct rep, and then
I
people
see.
drew art on my hand. Oh right, they asked how I broke it. I went to PAX in Boston, and we went to an arcade, and then at the arcade they had the punching game where you punch and try to get a high score. And I punched it, and it kind of hurt. Actually, it kind of hurt a little bit. It's kind of the punching game. It hurts your wrist because you're not wearing I didn't have like my wrists wrapped or anything. Like usually when I do kickboxing, I wrap my wrists. Anyways, then I was like, guys, check this out. And I went to kick the boxing machine, even though there's big signs that say do not kick. And then I fell and I broke my hand. That's how I broke my hand. It's a pretty lame story, really. And I think that if I wasn't, 200 plus pounds falling 6 feet onto concrete, it probably would have been okay. But, oops. I broke my scaphoid. It is like literally the most common break in the human body. It is the break that happens when you brace your fall with the palms of your hands.
You should have seen the other guy.
Dude, the concrete floor, mangled. I did get the high score in the boxing game though, so do with that information what you will. And that's why you're always supposed to fall on your ass. That's why they put so much padding on it. through, but I didn't really pick how I felt. It really did seem like one moment I was standing and the next moment I was on the floor. So, and then I got up and I was like, guys, I broke my hand. They're like, nah, you didn't break your hand. I'm like, I definitely broke my hand. And that's how it goes. But I got 3 more weeks in the cast, and then we're no longer in a cast. So that's good. What was nice was yesterday I got another x-ray done, and in the first x-ray, you could definitely see where the bone was broken. It was like a line across the bone. You'd be like, oh yeah, that bone was broken. In the most recent x-ray, you can't even see the crack anymore. It's great. It's fantastic. We're no longer as broken as we were before, just a little bit. That is 8,000 encounters. Let me see what time my friend was thinking of maybe going up to get wings. And then we'll hunt until then. Is today Wednesday or Thursday? Today's Thursday.
Today's Thursday.
What did I do yesterday? Oh my god, I got my x-ray on Tuesday. Yesterday, I upgraded the tool for finding Spinda to include more than just starting from day 0. Yeah, now if you have a live battery Ruby, Sapphire, or Emerald saved lemons, and you don't want to make a whole new save, but you still want to get to the Mirage Island, I updated the web tool so that you can start from any given day and then look like 300 days in the future, or if you're really patient, you can change it to be 700 days in the future or 1,000 days in the future, or if you're really not patient, you can make it 10 days and you'll probably never find it. Very cool. Oh, that was the boob encounter number, 8,008. But now we're at 8,016. I heal like Wolverine. I feel like I heal more like Wolverine at the end of the Wolverine movie, where Wolverine dies.
Logan?
Yeah, that one. Exactly. Spoilers, lemons. Oh my goodness. Can't just be telling us that Logan dies. They're gonna replace all of my bones with titanium, and then I'll rot from the inside like Logan. But right now, speaking of Logan, we got Logan in chat. Right now, only like one of my bones has titanium. That's what they use for plates and screws and everything, right? It's titanium?
Probably. I don't think it's magnetic, so that would make sense.
I know it's non-ferrous because it would be such a pain to go through airport security if it went off. Though, oddly enough, I used to have a metal detector that would go off when I pointed it at my leg. I don't know how that works.
Maybe it's got some other kind of magnet in it.
Yeah, I think that like some metal detectors aren't like necessarily looking for ferrous material as much as like scanning for dense material. Maybe it would go off when you pointed at anything. I don't know why that one used to go off. We found any shinies yet? No, we're getting close to odds though, but no shinies. And Logan, happy Pride as well. I will definitely be trying to get myself out to the Pride Parade in Toronto. They're always very fun. Do not know when they are. I think it's the end of the month. Hey Siri, when's Toronto's Pride Parade this year? Hey Siri, when is Toronto's Pride Parade this year? Kicks off at 2 p.m. But June 2nd, wait. This is useless. This webpage doesn't tell me when the parade is. Sunday? Ah, there it is. It does say it right at the top. June 29th. 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. There we go. June 29th. We'll be going to the big old Pride Parade. Thank you for the good luck on the hunt. We definitely need it. We're getting close to odds here with nothing found. And then Lemons, you also take some good luck so that you can get Ricky.
Or Trade Coliseum. I'm also doing that.
Such a cool hunt.
I haven't found anything yet.
What are you using
I'm almost
as your
at triple
leads?
odds. Usually Gyarados and Metagross.
Okay. I was a big fan of Porygon Z and Starmie. They're just so fast and they have so much coverage that you can just one-shot both of their Pokemon most of the time. But Triggery stands behind his belief that Garchomp with Sandveil and Hippowdon with Sandstorm ability, Sandstream, is the best one.
I thought he said he didn't like that one.
Maybe I made this up then.
Because I think he uses... I copied his team mostly.
For the trade call-out?
But he uses Slacking.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe it was somebody else. Maybe it was somebody else. I think that's a good team call. I don't know if Slacking is the best option, but it definitely does one-shot stuff, so...
Yeah, and you can get it with Choice Scarf.
So it's just like, yeah, you're quick and you kill them.
Yeah.
Lucky says, hope the hunts are going well. See that I gave up shaving. Look. This is a bit too loud compared to me. Yeah, we'll get rid of them.
Bye.
There we go. Hopefully that's better. It's not that I've given up on shaving. I was just curious to see what I would look like with a beard. That's genuinely all it was. Curiosity. I learned... I did the whole long hair experiment. I learned I don't look good with long hair. We'll stay with short hair. But now, I was like... I went to Montreal, and then I got back from Montreal, and I didn't shave for a few days, and then I was like, you know what? What if I just don't shave? What if we just see what it looks like if I don't shave? I don't have anywhere to go. I don't have anything important to do. Aw, thanks, Logan. Plus, now I have, now I have, if I ever want to do a charity stream, we can shave my beard for charity, and it won't make any difference to me, because I'm not attached to the beard. I mean, oh my goodness, I would hate to have to shave the beard. Please don't make me do it, Poppy. We're getting dangerously close to hitting odds here. Did you have any Pokemon events that you were planning to go to again, Lemons, or was it just the regionals that you got out to this year?
Yeah, just regionals.
Will you come back to Toronto regionals?
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see what
December brings.
What gets announced. Yeah.
I guess I don't even know when it'll be yet. They've kind of flip-flopped between it being in November and December in the past. There we go. We passed odds. We're now officially over odds hunters. This is even louder than before. Oh no. Okay.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, I think I probably turned you down and then was like, it looks like I turned him down too much, and then turned you back up, and then I probably just ended up with it going even higher than previously.
Maybe that's what happened. We don't know.
It's impossible to know, really.
Who's to say?
Look. Nobody's here to verify what happened or didn't happen. Rex is an extremely unreliable narrator, so... Beard is picking up steam. We're gonna become official beardies. I don't know. It's a good experiment. The next step, so now that it's grown to like a beard length, but not too beardy, the next step will be learning how to actually do anything other than like, I've been trying to shave it at least so that it's like not right down the neck. But I do realize this is not squared off. I haven't shaved in a couple of days. The nice thing about having a beard is with a clean shaven face, I actually need to shave every day, right? With the beard, I no longer need to shave every day. There's some value in that, honestly. Also, I haven't seen any of my IRL friends since I started growing the beard. A couple of them don't have social media at all. So we're gonna play D&D next week. Oh my goodness! No way! Are you serious? Are you actually joking right now? That is ridiculous. Dude, first shiny on the Mirage Island, like 60 over odds, is the level 5 shiny Wynut.
1120?
Dude.
What the heck? Let's go.
Let's go. Level 5. Oh my goodness. Oh my dang. You wanna catch this Wynut with me?
Yeah, I just got back from a run. I'm all sweaty.
He's moist. Professor Tops is a moist lad today. I think this one, if I do, we can use this over. Nah. It's fine. We'll just catch it on this Mirage Island overlay.
This overlay is dope.
This overlay is good. But in classic Rex fashion,
Don't have a shiny screen.
there's no shiny screen. It's just you just catch it the way that it is. I guess what we can do, at least to make it a little bit bigger, is I can go down here.
So explain why why you wanted level 5.
Why do I want level 5?
Yeah.
Copy. Paste. That's the wrong game. Copy. Paste. Why does it keep doing that? Okay. Yeah. Here we go. The level 5 is
So wait,
only...
are these all the same save?
Yeah,
Nice.
but I booted them up 1 minute apart,
Yeah,
so they
yeah.
were all like different starting seeds.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we need a new
Honestly, I think
mouse.
it's great. Just like,
Oh, that got so much worse.
I
Okay.
think just catch it the normal way.
Yeah. Okay. Easier to catch in the ball. Nope, that's definitely not why. The difficulty of catching it is not factored into the math at all. The only way to get a level 5 Wynut in the wild is in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire on the Mirage Island. You can get one in a Pokeball from hatching it from an egg, but if instead we go ahead and we throw a Master Ball at it,
We're using Supersonic with it.
you just got it. It's over here.
Oh, I can't see.
It's just they're out of sync because there was the shiny sparkles.
Right.
There, it's down there. Okay. So by throwing the Master Ball at it, we end up with a level 5 Wynut and a Master Ball is guaranteed to have come from the Mirage Island. There's literally no other way to do it because you can't breed and pass down the Master Ball. Also, It's a really good match ball.
It is a good match ball. You throw a master ball?
1, 2, 3.
You caught
No
it.
way, we caught
You
it.
caught it. First ball.
Why not was caught?
First ball.
Oh, first ball, that's insane. Wynut's data was added to the Pokédex.
Hell.
Wynut, the bright Pokemon. Wynut gather on moonlit nights to play by squeezing up against each other. By being squeezed, this Pokemon gains endurance and is trained to dole out powerful counterattacks.
Nice.
Shiny Dex entry.
Woohoo! What
Give
are
a
you gonna name
nickname
it?
to the... You know what? I haven't thought that far ahead yet. I want to still get, like... I'm still going to hunt more on the Mirage Island, because we're still going to get a female one. And we're still going to get ones to evolve into Wobbuffet. So we still got, like, more shinies to get. But it is crazy that literally the first one
120. Yeah,
was
there goes all
level
of our.
5.
There goes all of our Sapphire we collect.
Why not and name it Beard? Oh, let's get some nature guesses. Let's get some shiny PP for Twitch viewers there. Okay, what should we name it? We've had all these years.
Ricky.
Ricky? I'm not naming it Ricky. It's not being named after Machamp Lemons. We could name it TLBWFTMI. The little baby wind-up from the Mirage Island.
Yes.
No, it's a terrible name.
That's a terrible name.
Just name it Nut.
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 I like Nut.
You know what? Maybe just... It's a lame... What about just Mirage?
There's gotta be some kind of like play on words for like Mirage from Incredibles, you know?
Mirage from Incredibles? Like incredible. Like...
What else has a Mirage? Like
Oh, Heat Waves!
you love
From the
Glass
song
Animals.
Glass Animals, right? Okay, so the song Glass Animals, they talk about heat waves. They talk
Mira?
about
Mira's not bad. Is it a female or is it a male?
the male. So Mira's a good female name,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Okay, so what if I name him... What if I name him
And Nut
David?
is a good male name.
Nut is a good male name. That's...
Is that what Lemon said?
Yeah.
Nut? Nut is
Okay.
a good male name.
Okay, Mr. Mirage. Raj.
Nikki
Mirage.
Nikki Mirage.
Nikki Mirage is a good name.
That
That's
is
a
a
good
good
name
one.
for the female one. Okay, no, you were right.
Little
okay.
Knot.
What about Oasis?
Because an oasis is a mirage
Mm.
in the desert.
But that's still not, that's
Wonderwall,
not really a
The
name.
song by Oasis.
Wonderwall,
Wavy
Wavy Davy.
Davy.
I was thinking Wavy Davy.
Is that a
Does that
Glass Animal
fit?
song?
That's well, Wavy Davy is the artist for, like, he's the lead singer. Let's see. Does Wavy Davy fit?
Dude, there's like 3 layers to that name.
Well, because it's Mirage, and then the Heatwave song, and they talk about. So in that song, they talk about the water on the road. What's the specific lyric, Ray? Fake water all across the road. That's what
Right.
it is.
Right. I don't think
Okay.
that fits though.
We can see if Wavy. Well, instead of counting it out, we'll just type it out. WA Wavy. Oh, it totally fits.
You put a space in there? No space.
I might just need to do camel case, yeah.
It fits. This is when you find another shiny.
Wavy
And then
Davy.
you can't catch it because you can't save them. He saves.
I backed up the save in case I wanted to keep hunting after I found something. Dude,
mean?
okay, nature guesses. Final nature guesses.
I mean, backed up the save.
That's like I could restore it and then plug them in and back it. Like I could
Save it.
save one, back it up, restore, save the other one. If I
Right.
really wanted to.
Oh,
Okay.
you'll
It's
probably
gotta be naughty.
save now and
Okay. The little, yeah, we will. I'm actually, this is a perfect end point for today's stream anyways.
Yeah.
I was thinking of having a shower.
6 hours. Oh my god.
That's all it took
With
though.
your hand?
Yeah, I've just been using my index finger to run back and forth. But honestly, it was starting to be a little sore, so. Okay. We have our naughty day 144 Spinda. After waiting 144 days, we finally made it to the Mirage Island. Okay. We got Cheez-Its. This is my starter.
Yeah.
And then we got...
Is that because when you started you had reading Cheez-Its?
No, I just always name my Swamperts either Cheesy Nips or Cheez-Its.
Right.
We got Swipe, the classic shiny false swipe Altaria that doesn't listen to me, so it's useless.
Nice.
And then finally, Wavy Davy is lonely.
Aw,
He's
not anymore.
lonely because he had to hang out on the Mirage Island for 10 years waiting for me to finally come catch him. Wavy Davy, level 5, male Wynut, ID number 24, because we soft reset for a low ID number together.
Right.
The day that I did that hunt.
No, I don't remember. But yeah, I remember.
That is crazy. That's so cool that was like, I was fully going in expecting that, like, you know, our first shiny is going to be the level 25, we'll catch it, and then we'll just like have to keep coming back. But
Yeah. Hell yeah.
hell yeah, we'll still keep coming back because I still want to do the full like gender set.
Nice. Good job.
Boom.
Let's go.
Good find.
Good job.
Sounds good.
Like ice.
Now that we've caught it, let's see if I can make it a little bit bigger. I don't have a good scene for making.
What happens to the light? Why is it over?
What do you mean? That's where I've been plugging in. I added a power. I just didn't put the extension cable in. Fire red leaf green times 33. Fire red leaf green. PLA times 1. No, still nothing.
Ooh, there's an interesting ID.
Oh, on your Machamp?
36,000.
GG's, grats on the why not. Wavy Davy, the level 5 Wynut. I'll probably want to Ribbon Master this little guy. Like, I have a team of Gen 3 Pokemon that I want to Ribbon Master that are like I just want to do a full team of 6, right? This is one of them. We got a long way to go. We got the level 23 Chansey. We got Edward Scissorhands. We got Mirage Island Wynut. We got Jirachi. We got what else? What other rare Gen 3s do I want? That's all of them. That's all the.
Your level Dragonair.
Oh, dude, Dragon. I already have one Safari Zone Pokemon. Come on.
You're so right.
I feel like the Porygon I got in Las Vegas is kind of cool. Yeah, that's why. That's actually why I want to get the male and the female Valkrish, is just because of like the lipstick potential is so fun. Dude. Shiny level 5 Mirage Island Wynut. Just the little baby Wynut from the Mirage Island. I think that we should immortalize this moment by pulling up video proof of the fact that I've been talking about getting this shiny for years. It's the Rumble Weekend video that has the boss Marowak in the background. There it is.
Yo! Oh my! No!
No.
No! Shiny Yuxi! Oh my god!
Yuxi! Oh my god!
Baby, why
Oh my god, dude! Wait, okay, that was a different reaction, obviously, but here is the video of me.
God, man. Well, baby, why not? From the
Shiny-
Mirage
oh,
Island.
There's the comment. Here's the clip that shows video proof from what, like 2020, over 5 years ago. I was talking about one of my dream hunts, and this is it. This is the dream hunt.
Oh, baby.
This is just us illegally backing up. There we go. Illegally backing up. UC. But it was caught on the NDev, so we were actually legally backing up the UC, I suppose.
Yeah. The baby why not, man. Well, baby why not from the Mirage Island.
The baby why not, man?
Oh, shiny
The
Marowak
little
boss!
baby
Oh my
why not
god!
man,
Mirage Island.
Dude, we got it! Finally, shiny boss, man!
Oh my god! Marowak.
Marowak.
And,
Oh, shiny
Shiny
Marowak!
Marowak!
Boss!
Oh my
god!
man!
Dude!
I'm really glad I put that clip in the Azelf video because I just made it even longer. Oh boy, okay, we gotta save then. 100% we gotta save. Wavy Davy. All across... Fake water all across the road.
We got it.
We got it. Okay, so in order to save this, in order to save this Wynut, since we were playing on the Pokemon box, I have my copy of Pokemon Sapphire here on the Game Boy Advance. And we're going to take this, connect it to the Wii, and then transfer that save back onto the cartridge now. Did anybody guess Lonely, by the way? I guess I didn't check. Did anybody guess Lonely is the nature? I'm going to be very careful about plugging this in because I don't want to just randomly turn off a Wii or something. There we go. Literally just slightly over odds is crazy. Because I mean, it should have been... It should have been like a 20 sort of, like 20 phase sort of thing, so. Okay. Turning on the GBA SP. Confirming connection. Saving. Please don't turn off the power or unplug the Nintendo GameCube, Game Boy Advance. Saved. You can now turn off the power in your Game Boy Advance. Okay, I guess we gotta do our the classic shiny review, right? We gotta switch this into the front spot, and we're gonna do a shiny Wynut, regular Wynut. Okay, we got regular Wynut. regular Wynut and shiny Wynut. Oh, Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss right there. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's watch this. Let's watch this reaction. How did Professor Rex react to finding this shiny Pokemon? That's the real question. What day is it today? 06/12? Yeah. First shiny that we found on the stream PC in like 2 months. Good job, Rex. Okay. We're going to do an instant replay. We're going to watch this back. Rex finding shiny Wynut.
I've got to head out.
Did you have any
Bye,
Pokemon
Lemons.
events that you were planning
Congrats.
to go to?
Thank
again,
you.
Lemons, or was it just
We'll
the
do some more
regionals that
Ricky
you got
again
into this
soon.
year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just regionals.
Will you come back to Tawano regionals?
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see what
December brings. I probably turned you down and then was like, what happened or didn't happen. We're gonna become official. Here we go. This must be the encounter. I don't know. It's a good experiment. The next step. So now that it's grown to like a beard length, but not too beardy, the next step will be learning how to actually do anything other than like. I've been trying to shave it at least so that it's like not right down the neck. But I do realize this is not squared off. I haven't shaved in a couple of days. The nice thing about having a beard is with a clean shaven face, I actually need to shave every day, right? With the beard, I no longer need to shave every day. There's some value in that, honestly. Also, I haven't seen any of my IRL friends since I started growing the beard. A couple of them don't have social media at all. So we're gonna play D&D next week. Oh my goodness! No way! Are you serious? Are you actually joking right now? That is ridiculous. Dude, first shiny on the Mirage Island, like 60 over odds, is the level 5 shiny Wynut.
1120?
Dude!
What the heck? Let's go!
Let's go! Level 5! Oh my goodness. Oh, good times, good times. I also just realized, Ray, I don't know if you're still here, but the name Wavy Davy goes even deeper, right? Because the Mirage Island would be kind of like some sort of dreamland, right? Does that make sense? Like it's, right? The Mirage Island would be like a dreamland, and Wavy Davy wrote Heat Waves as part of the Dreamland album. This name goes so deep. Right? It's a good name. I'll be honest, before you said Wavy Davy, I was thinking it. And I was like, I'm gonna say it if nobody else comes up with anything. I was like, I'm gonna say it if nobody else comes up with anything, because I liked it. And I was like, you know what, maybe Ray will say it, and then Ray can take ownership of naming the level 5 Mirage Island Wynut Wavy Davy. And now Wynut is stuck in battle. It literally cannot do anything. The shiny Wynut is literally stuck in battle. Thank God I saved before doing the shiny review, because otherwise we would have just had to sit through this entire battle in order to save, because I can't switch Pokemon. It's okay, we'll have more, Callie, dude. There will be more Wynuts found. So silly. Anyways, everybody who has joined us for the stream today, thank you so much for watching the stream. It's been fun coming back, looking for literally one of my dream Pokemon. Adding the level 5 Wynut to the collection has been a dream of mine. I cannot believe that the first one we found was exactly what I wanted. This is perfect, because I was like, I'm going to find one Wynut so that I have at least one shiny that I found that I can include in the video. Right? The fact that the one that I found is the one that I wanted the most is so good. And I think Nikki Mirage will definitely be the name for the level 5. Ugh. The level, or like the female level 5 Wynut will definitely be Nikki Mirage. That's such a good name. And Mira is also a good name. I do need still, I'm going to get another level 5 or level 10 male Wynut, and then a level 5 female Wynut, and then a level 5 or 10 female Wynut. I want to be able to have like level 5 male, level 5 female, level 15 male and female Wobbuffet. So there's still many more Mirage Mondays to come, but getting Wavy Davy, dude. Chef's kiss. We'll talk to you all. Nikki Mirage is a good name. Yeah, very clever. I guess we'll see if there's anybody over on Twitch that we can send some love over to. And then we will see you all again this weekend. So this weekend, I will be hunting for a 3-family Cherish Ball Mousehold. I've picked up a bunch of code cards for the birthday Mousehold. I'm going to be giving away extra like Breed Jack Cherish Ball Tandemouse. We'll be redeeming a bunch of extra Wolfie, Glick, Incineroar as like trade fodder for later. So this weekend we have a big stream coming up. I do. Yeah. Well, it's the 20th, but yeah, the Safari Week will be set up for next week. Yeah.
I think maybe 19 o'clock, start a little early.
Okay.
Probably know what plans are quite. I'm not actually sure, but it's not going to start Safari Week later.
Okay. There's nothing wrong. Safari Week is nothing but no, I was gonna say it's a concept.
Okay.
So we can start it whenever we want.
Yeah, but we need the games.
Yep, we do. That will get done. I'll work on it. Okay.
Okay. Good, buddy.
Everybody who's over on Twitch, we're gonna send a raid over to Zophie Has Pants. And if you're on YouTube, make sure that you've hit that follow button. And we will have a vlog from our time in LA going up tomorrow. So keep your eye out for that. Make sure that you have the bell icon smacked. And we'll see you all again soon. Bye.